Zvuka sniper banga, rap. Check. Still. Shit is real. Get. Zvuka sniper banga, rap. Check. Still. Shit is real. Ko uzame mic, nice show. Jebeno začne beat, funky banga je za reprezentanje striktno, obavezno pa se reprezenta street, ne pa tisto bitch kar predstavljaš tisko seljačine. Repate za pajkice, za lip glow, za najkice, za speed coat. Zato imate zabit nos, jadni ste, ker ne vohate lastni shit, gnoje jaki ste, šilavi, je skor ko dik moji. Včasih me prime da na redu bi vam neki tako big boy, sam ne, ker ste little bitch, yo. Dead in the middle of little, lega get in the rhythm, ne vidim pa bud previden. Rev delam srcem in dušo in full sem priden, ker delam pravi shit plus flow mam brezhiben. Čusim pa džin min na liker notu krigl, muziko do fulla dvigin dok ne pride 5 kibel. Diddle little in this bitch sem, moram style hit vrš. Enim je na ved zato ker pišem se na itch, yes. Picture me rolling in my 5-4 bands, neregistriran in ukraden bands. Damn yo, brez brems vozim proti tebi yo. Res, ker si proti men show. Check the real man show in jebeš filme, can you feel me? Ja, ko ti vržem stil ven, veš da il sem. Kolega pišem kor, mega nisem skor, mega sem sam kolega ti sem. Ker se veš da eni tam preveč gobzajo in ne vem ka od tega majo, ej, vam že grem na živce mal, ker sam en par v komad dam. You dumb fuck. Kdaj bo refren? Fuck refren, ker ga ko me čakaš in zato nič ne čuješ, ka povem predtem. Ha, lega ne vem, kdo je večji kreten, on ali pa jaz, ker še vedno stran ne grem. Od tam, ej, DJ, fuka naj mi nek good vibe za good night.
Pa mu to oprema, Pardon.
Yeah, zvuka sniper banga, rap. Check. Still. Shit is real. Yeah. Zvuka sniper banga, rap. Check. Still. Shit is real. That's the shit, bro.
Jo, vsi, kako sta kaj danes? Pozdravljeni vsi, čakam, jaz ste spet na gor, ok, sam sekunda. Tako da ne bo luč. Jo, vsi, kako sta kaj danes? Vsi Skorp, zdaj sem gledal, ok, vidim, živo Žiga Ucman, živo Octavian, živo Lenar Kocar, živo Good Gamer, živo Tim Bartol, živo Partizan, Slags, živo Good Gamer, MJ, živo Zeus, hehe, živo Erik, živo Nightmare Team. Pozdravljen Juško, televizija, ne je pa in Shane, tvoje šajterga. Seš, da moj TV je tudi 4K Juško, tako za info, ne? Bolj kaj ne se TV. Živo Mark Brezar, živo Playboy Mato, živo Jansko, živo Nejc, živo Damjan Štime. V glavnem, pozdravljam si, kako sta kaj danes? Živo Andrej, živo Mr. Prim, jo. Kako sta kaj danes, čet, kako sta kaj? Kako ste na ta prečudoviti dan? Kako se kaj? Pa jaz sem super. Malo zmatran, ampak bo. Malo se šetam okolo Poloblan zdaj, kaj je oči vdavit le. Ni panike, vicam. Živo Fejzane, jo. Jaz sem, se sem lihka povedal, kako sem. Da bo spet Switch Sports, a vi ga kar vsak dan imeli. Lej, enkrat na teden, enkrat na 2 tedna, nekaj tazga sem mislil da Switch Sports streamat, okej? Maš ti Ambilight? Ja, valjda da imam, Juško. Vedel sem v tej pržgan bi ti lahko videl, da je Ambilight v zadnji. Če imam Philipsa. Živo Grega Zelko, tudi gor v sobi imam Ambilight, veš? Veš, sem masterja pršel, lojka na kotnik, Apex Pro Player. Godlike. Dej čak sam da napišem, če je Wolf tle. Tok da grem, eno, dve arenci bi šel prijem po finale, okej? Da zvufam, da mu malo pokažem tudi nov drop. Čakaj, kje imamo Instagram. By the way, chat, prosim bi vas, da malo šerate, stisnete like, stisnete sub. Danes se gleda finale, tako da... Čakaj, message... Da vidim, če mi bo odpisal. Jaz sploh nisem gledal Switch Sports streama. Zakaj Tajan? Ej, Volti so se odprli. Vem, ja. Drugač, Volti, da niso bili odprti, to je bil samo bug, by the way. To je bil samo bug. Živo rok pari posajac, živo Val Pro. Grad do 300 lajkov, se strinjam, skor smo na 200. Ob 7 se začne, oziroma vedno je malo delay, ene 15 čas 7, no. Pričakujemo, da se začne. Tako da ja, kome čakam, da malo vidimo. Da malo vidimo. By the way, chat, včeraj sem pol off stream igral ene ist, tako ob polnoči. Tudi HDR imam, Juško, veš? Noob. Tudi HDR imam. Zato, ker če hočem streamat PlayStation, ga moram izklopiti. En helikopter v igri. Ja, zato, ker smo že fandali, da znare, mislim, so. Jaz nisem naždal noter golda. Živo Silksi, živo Helena. Ej, Prožan, super sem, kako si ti? TaySon igraš Čepiksom zdaj, ja? TaySon igraš Čepiksom. Včeraj je dober igral. Bomo videli danes. Upamo, ne? Upamo, da bo danes dober. Kje si, Jurko? Jau. Zdaj laufam igrico, chat, v Fortnite. Tako da, no ja, včeraj sem z MintFoxyjem igral ene ist Skin Cup in bila so top 600, let's go! Let's go! Tako da sva dubla tale čika skin. Ful je nice skin, drugač. Dost cilov imaš tudi. So tak barvast. Ta je drugač najboljši, sam kam ogrnjal, pa pol malo. Vedno, kdaj, ampak ja. Pride eno, Jurko, čaki, ne vem, bom zdaj z Wolfom, čaki, mislim, da je prišel. Rekel, da jih misliš zdaj laufat. Ne gre laufat čez 40 minut, kaj zdaj? Pa gledamo finale, pa ne gre laufat. Pa ne gre laufat. A Slovenija Ugvajom igra TaySon. Kakšen Slovenijan Ugvaj? Kdo da fuck je Slovenijan Ugvaj? Živo, Matica. Ne dodajam, chat, ne dodajam, prosi. Kaj je s Tomasom? S Tomasom ni nič? Kaj bi mogel biti s Tomasom? Kaj bi mogel biti? Kje si Rok? Jojo, grem si sam tole iskati. Živo, Kac. Kje si sliki? Poglej klip iz Scorp v Discordu. Klip iz Scorpa. A ja, to ta zadnjo, to sem videl, ja. To sem videl. To sem mu zahvalil. Ej, kaj še znači, boljšo monaco ima, rače ne šel, montažo. No, montaže zih nimaš boljše. A me lahko daj, če boš rabu, daš za moda. Ja, bolj ne. Tako, mislim, tako bom rekel, moderatorja dobijo, načeloma gledam tudi, da so kakšni, ki so starejši, ki vejo, kaj delajo. Kot drugo, ne rabam, jih imam več kot dost. Kot tretje une, kar res vidim velika, ne, v chatu. Zakaj ta se ga s Tomasom? Zato, ker ga je Tomas dropil, pa je zaradi tega, ker sta... Da je ga je dropil Tomas zaradi tega, ker sta... Ker ga je pač ubil, ker so se kontestal vso od tih. Jesi si sam nam šel zraven, ne moreš mi nati. Wolf mi kar ne odpiše, ker noob model. Dokaži. Juško, jaz imam vse šraufe noter. Čekaj, kaj sem hotel? A ja. Neč, okej. Jurko, da bi šli duo tja landat. Zdaj sem šel solo, sorry. Čakaj, ali jaz bi videl, da bi dubil double ding, tako kot Tomas. Mislim, tam TaySon v nobenem primeru ne bi smel zmagati. TaySon imel 100 HP-ja, revolver. Tomas imel 200 health-a, pa AR. Nimam veze, kje je AR, v vsakem primeru bi mogel Tomas to zmagati, ampak ga je TaySon kar dvakrat zapored pol headno tam. Insane. Res insane. Ampak da zaradi tega dropaš duota je tako, no. Čaj, sej Tomas ni kvalu danes, ne? Tomas ni v finalu danes. Včeraj sem dobil skin na ene isto, sem igral iz Mintija, ja, kaj EU nisem mogel igrati, kaj me ni bilo. Tako da ja, sem dobil. Živo, hajte se klepsi, jo. Sam kako je dobil šilde? Tomas je dobil hiter šild tam zaradi tega, ker je zbil un tovornak. Tam imaš tovornak, slab trak. Slpič, trakič. Ma ne, van Ivanov pa ne grem, Jurko, zdaj, to se mi pa res ne da. Se splača kupiti Nintendo Switch, če imam Xbox Series X ali je brez veze. Nintendo pa Xbox ali PlayStation, to je čist drugo, zaradi tega, ker Nintendo, se pravi, ti če imaš Xbox ali PlayStation, imaš načeloma iste igre gora, ne? Medtem ko Nintendo Switch ima čist svoje igre. Te igre, ki so na Nintendo, to jih ne boš mogel igrati nikjer drugje. Ko? Pogotovo sem, da je boš gledati video preko Neo Boxa, ker je na LAN, TV pa na VP. Aha, okej. Mislim, jaz nimam Neo Boxa, pač sem rekel, da ne rabam tle dol. Ti si šel na ene iz Strixom? A sta dubla skin? Kje si svica? Kakšen Slovenc? Da ne boš padel čempa, pa ne boš mogel FNCS igrati. Ne bom, 7900 imam. Tako da chillam. Tle hočem malo landa, tako da se malo navadam luta tukaj. Včeraj sem šel v Avstriji malo pogledat tukaj. Tako da sem malo videl, kje bi landala pa to. Pa se mi zdi, da če landava semle, pa tle polutava, pa gre pol levo, a pa pač se fajtat, kakor nama sede, bo videla, nekva tu dobiva, da bo še najboljš. Tako da ja, sam ne smem tle takole padat dol. Tako da malo sem pogledal, no. Kako tudi folk sam landa. Pa tako naprej. Je to se meni odprla, sam ram boljši weapon zdaj, kaj je to? Tam mogel biti več luta. Kar ne spavnajo se nobeni česti, GG. Tle so še sodi, to sem pozabil. Okej, zelo slab loot imam zdaj. Ta vec se kam pele, a ga lahko sesuješ? Aha, okej. Nikamor te ne pele. Če lahko vec se sesuješ, nikamor ne pele, vsaj zdi se mi, da je tako. A bo šel gledat boxing event? Nope, ker je FNCS. FNCS je, tako da ne. Ja, za kvaga to nisem še zadev? Mi ni jasen. Ko to ni hit, alo? Ni mi jasen, kako to ni hit. Vem, da tle bi lahko šel nazaj, pa probo dobiti boljši loot, ampak vseeno. Zakaj nisi včeraj kaba streamal? Zato, ker mi ni bilo doma. Ene ist sem igral ob enih zjutraj. Pa se bomo s Foxyjem kontestali. S kakšnim Foxyjem? S katerim Foxyjem? Ker ti je najboljša art tej sezoni? Aug. Aug mi je ful všeč. Aug. Tudi to je res, Juško, ti čist blistam živiš. S kom igra TaySon? S Čepik sem igra. Tebi je Čavik boljši kot Tomas. Lej, se lahko da bo ta boljši igrala. Lahko da bo ta. Lej, bomo videli. Za egar nista slabo igrala. Ko se prijavaš na prvo pomoč? Največ se moraš prijaviti. Ne, na predanje ne rabiš. Fuck, kje se že res prijavaš za prvo pomoč? Moraš protam. Wolf je tle, Wolf je. Cancel. Evo, Wolf, pridam. Pridu call, Wolf. Tle, okej. Yo!
Jo.
Kje si Mariko? Jo. Ej, Vizadik, super sem. Kje si? Čet, sej, malo čez se bo začel, no? A mene 20 čas, 15 čas, tako da zdaj hočem malo renca. Ja, tako da malo tle dropa. Včeraj sem, pač igral sem kapa, ne, za ta skin. Pa sem šel pa v Battle Lab, sam malo pogledat, kje so česti, pa kako, pa kje bi lahko lutala. Pa pogledal sem sam en replay od Round 3. V Round 3 so prvo igro, kaj?
Jaz sem igral Screame.
Aha. A solo?
Solo te in duo te.
In se landal sam?
Ja, smo sem landala, ja.
Kam sta pa landala? Na maina ali tam dol?
Main, ja. Main.
Aha.
Kar dobro,
Ne
ja.
gazil. Ne, Marinko, zdaj le hočem duo, zato da tle malo stestirava. Sam zato. Pač gledal sem, včeraj sem sam en replay pogledal, rundo 3, ne? Pa so 3 timi kontesta, ki je bilo na hot dropu, to je tam 500 playerjev. Ampak je tako, a veš, zdi se mi tu, če so 3 timi, a ne? A veš, toliko je okola, ne, vse, da pač ni tako 50-50, a ne? Vsi so nekam lenda, ok, eni so jih, ene konteza pa so jih tako je bil. Ampak ja, tako, ful se mi zdi nice. Drugač, zdi se mi, da tukaj ni toliko bad, no? Tukaj imaš lahko nekaj chestov. Tle imaš drugače rifte, a ne, se to zdaj veš že verjeten, oziroma tle. Drugač, meni je ful tudi dober, če si pol na strehi gor, a ne?
Ja.
Zdaj, bi ti rajš na mainlandu, ali bi šel rajš tukaj, pa da gre pol sem, pa pol da pušava, če mi salva, ali ne. Ali raj direkt main.
Mislim, main vem približno zdaj, kje so česti imel.
Ok.
Za... Tle levo, pa še nisem puno, ko je...
Ok. Ja, tukaj imaš sam 2 česta, pa ene 7 floor loot spavnov, a ne? Na temu modermu. Tukaj je malo več čestov. Tukaj je drugač, ko imaš ene 4 česte, sam na tej bajtici okol.
Ja, moram ta mine še pogledat, moram.
Ja. Pač, koliko sem gledal, mine sploh noben tudi ne lenda, veš, tu če je preveč, a ne gre lahko pol tja gor, veš, ni toliko panike, a ne. Sam ne vem, bi mi da skautala ali probač imeti najboljši drop, pa...
Ne, najboljši.
Najboljši drop, okej. Kaj pa za maina kar?
Po moje, ja.
Ok. Ja, Chad, 2 sta včer kvalala, gledal sem. 2 sta včer kvalala iz heal off only.
Pa?
Ja,
Kurej, ali?
Ne, en drug. Ampak to sta pa še toliko bolj insane. Kot prvo, to je v duotih, ker je dosti težje kot v triotih. In majster ima ta celo pot narejeno in majster mu heale pušča pri tako 5 različnih campfirih. On pa sam se šeta od campfire do campfire pa se heala.
To je Kurej stred, pač mislim, sam ne bil...
Ja, sam dosti bolj stat, ba je tudi skrime igrata pa vse. Kontestna sva tam je en. Da sem shield keg. Ja, vržem. Pa šle tudi metal dober drugač, ne?
Metal je pa full metal.
Ja. Veš kaj je dober, lahko greja pol iz tle riftava na une riftet, ja, veš, če tam noben ni bil v voltu, pa tako naprej. Sam tle edin mora pazati, da so, če vejo, da so kontestana tako bliži, da bolj na strehi igrava.
Tale,
okej.
A ti da 50.
Jaz se moram tle še... Pač včeraj sem šel sam na hiter pogledat, kje je loot, tako da ne vem še čist. Tamle gor je eden. Ma kronco. Nisem ga zadev. Ok, ja, ful ne vem, a je dober maina gor, ali da greš tle v spodi zran maina, ko imaš floor loot pa en čest lahko. To še ne vem čist. Ok, ja, tamle, ko si zdaj, se mi tudi zdi, da ni bad, veš, tamle, ko si zdaj.
Tole še ne vem čist, moram še malo pogledat, kaj je točno.
Ampak zna bi dobro, veš, ta časa kontestna bo ful lažji.
Ja, lažji bo zmagal, ja.
Jep. Ker tu, če je dosti timov, še vedno imaš neki. Aja, pa lej, tle so 3 sodi drugač. Ne vem, če imaš minija, pa greš polna soda. Za full contestna, največ hiter pridava do riftov, pa tle malo gledava, prova fajtat. Če kaj narobe, sam riftovi, to je to.
Se mi zdaj boljši spot.
Ja.
Mislim, bova videla hiter, ampak...
Mislim, ja, pač malo je bedno, ker nova imela veliko praktisa, ampak lej. Če bova pametno odigrala, ne sme biti toliko problem, no. Bad, nice. Čaj, dej une, 2 sta tam, bi lahko pogledala, sam, ker nimam. Nema sta šla stran.
Pa 2 floperja. Ne, tam sta.
Ok, jaz nimam araja. Nice. Kam landata Benji pa Fishy, ka ni tilted, Benji pa Sedge, si hoda reč, ka ni tilted, da. Se je tilted še zmer, ona da to še vedno tilted landala. Se don sta kvalala, tako da, lik za glik sta kvalala. A sta noter bila? Mislim včer, ja.
Ja.
Jaz nimam araja.
Ne, miski me...
Gre kar tle gor, tamle, za skalo.
What?
Ja.
Jaz bom shield kick dropal.
Ok. On je tle, pri men! Prvi bo tu.
White. 60
Okej.
white tam. Na Marku.
O, ne. Jaz sem low. Zakaj streljam tle z SMG-om, če vem, da imam tudi jaz shotgun? Dobre.
White, po tabo.
Ok, heala se. Jaz se bigam, pa bom. A sta oba pri meni?
Ja.
Ok. O, fuck, kako sem jaz padel?
What? A ta je bil kle za kotom, ne.
O, model, zakaj sem tako šel? To, tega sta bila toliko slaba, pa sta zgubila. GG.
Jaz sem jih zavajal,
A,
tako.
dobro. O, tega bi mogel jaz z SMG-om sam na konča, čez pospore pa pomaral. Urejal sem Ventrux. Sam pol zmanjka luta za Nevsa pa Kinzda. Ja, Nevs pa Kinzda morata najprej sploh priti v round 2, a ne? Zdaj sploh v round 2 nista prišla. Ok, Juško. Ampak, glej, Tilted je tako, za 2 tima je še vedno luta. Sicer, zdaj je še vedno Cepelin gor. Ampak za 2 tima, pol tudi kanal Cepelina, za 2 tima bo Tilted še vedno imel luta, ne? Sam... Ne vem, že tako ima luta, več pa to še uničuje. Oni nekaj morajo narediti, no? Če ne drugega, vsaj 100% spawn rate chestov ne dajo nazaj. Že moram narediti. Pa vsaj to bi mogel. V redu sem slaknet, v redu. Kaj, Tomas je jezen na TaySona? Ja, ne vem, tako, baje ja. Ampak, kogar gledam zdaj, nisem jih gledal prav igrati, ampak glede po placement pa to, so zdaj s Čebiksom kar zelo dobro igrala. Čaki, a Akva pa Veno nista hvalala chat, ker sem videl, da Tomas pa Čebiks nista kontesta na sprednjem delu Grotota. Ok, Damjan. Zaradi ti bi šel skozi maina pol v bistvu. Če sem full con igral pol naprej ali pa karkoli.
Ja. Če bo videla, ja.
Kaj tukaj se mi zdi, da folk ne bo lando na tle, pa gre pa lahko tle gora, veš, pač če bo res, a ne tako.
Arene igral, danes po malo več.
Ok. O, jaz sem full pozem dropal, what the fuck. Pa jaz delam, sam gledal sem tja. Drugače vem, da če je bus sunta hiter, a ne? Vsi so tle odparali glider, ki sem gledal. Pa so direkt za maina imeli za vzpodi, takoj noter. A drugače se mi zdi, če dobiš tamle na mainu, a ne? Tamle gor na strehi loot tle, da je to full over, če imaš najboljši drop za tja, pa če imaš tam gun. Contestana sva. En team. To je dobro, da v areni folk sam lenda, da lahko malo dva. Pa malo bolj se moral skapajati tudi v areni, tako da sem malo navadima, I guess. Kaj si prejšnji kar?
Dober taktikal.
Ok. Aha, na strehi je vidim, ja. Grem jaz tle hiter, pa pol pridem. CSD je tactical tudi dosti boljši, mislim. Body dela 100+. Pač, kaj zdaj je tako, a veš, headshots, capable so damage, pa full večji damage imaš zdaj. In je tako insane shotgun, sploh ne rabaš headshota, da narediš max damage.
Jaz moram imeti strankam samo...
Jaz sem tudi sam og. 2 oga. Pa 2 gume.
Ne vem, boš to zapušal, ali ne. Ne zajbavaš, same oge dobivam. Pa IK-je na bolka, ne.
Grem tle gor.
Hočete me pušat.
Kje pa sta?
Pri meni.
Aha, vidim. En je krekan, aura.
Jaz bežim še vedno.
Ja.
Krekan?
White! Nice, 50 white je bil. Skriva se ti za tem, ne, tata dead. On te čaka pri vratih, po moje, veš.
Po moje tudi, ja.
Bom jaz tam prav finish dobit. 50 white. Ok, sem dobil finish. Pridem do tebe. Samo jaz tudi sam auge. Pobero tega, če mi je kaj tazga pametnega. Gor je. Ok. Graskap. Nice, let's go. Sam tako lepo odigra, pa je to to. Ne, in tle se mi zdi, a veš, tudi če imajo te so mi zdaj boljši dropa, ne? Ampak vseen lahko zmagava, ni tako, ja.
Mislim, tako da lahko jaz bežim, pa jih ti izdaleč.
Ja. Pa zdaj sem dol, zdaj jaz bi trgač od namena ali pa nekam lendo, če ne bi pozno šel, ampak. Kar top 5 danes igre v grance. Ja, danes je 5 iger sam, na 6. Pa, kar pomeni, top 5 igre naprej. Ja, ostalo jih je pa 6. Ja, sam prvi qualifier jih je 5 iger, pa po 6. Ja, verjetno, da se lih na koncu izide. In igre, mislim, da igre top 5 naprej. Mislim, 5 igre unih, ki zmagajo, ne? Kao reboot varianta. Pa ne vem, jih gre 5 ali 6 po consistencyju. Tako da ja, bo še zanimiv. Upam, da bo TaySon zadnji. Bojk si toksik.
Jaz sem kar rifto.
Kam pa? Pa moram biti nazaj zdaj. Prem še jaz na rift.
To je folk.
Ok. Daj pa še enkrat v rift, magar.
Bom kar čakal nadalj.
Ok. Gledaš pa te kontejnerje ima tle pola, ne, če preživijo, ker ti da itak vsak 60 metala, to je insane model. Pač tle ima god mece, pridem, še malo pa sem tam. Pač par riftu. Kje si Ridžo? Živo srca?
40.
A res TaySon, okej. A se fajtajo med sabo?
Ja.
Ok, grem jaz samle. En tim je tam. Mene znajo streljati. Tle se fajtajo še. Ubil so jih. Krekan. White. Pa še en tim pride. Iz gas stationa. Igra hiter, ja.
Ne.
Ja. Oh, shit! Za mano je prišel.
Meni dvakrat pump ni streljal.
Rip.
Tako je to model.
Sam jaz pa zdaj...
Klikam.
Sam damage je pa insane zdaj s pumpom, da je tako skozi 100 plus zadanaš. Prav moram jaz zdaj nositi. To plus SMG.
Tako kot sem gledal proje, mislim, imajo še vedno vsi dram.
Mislim, a veš kako imajo? A veš kakšen je njihov loadout? Unkaj Fragger ima pumpo plus SMG. Unkaj pa Tarper ima pa AUG plus drum shotgun. Ja, zato kaj če imaš AUG, grabaš en hiter pač weapon zraven, ne?
Kamaz sem gledal, igra drum oba. Pol Owl tudi igra ima drum, pol ne vem, Klik, meni se da tudi igra drum, razen če dobi dober pump.
Ja. Si dobil skin na turnirju? Ja, res je.
A si dobil skin, če?
Ja, se tega, kar zdaj usam. Z MintFoxyjem sva igrala, imela sva 142 pik.
Nice, kjera sta pa bila?
Top 6. Jurija 300 jih je pa dobil.
Ni bad. To je bil no building.
Ja, no building je bil. Pa če se sploh ne pozna, da je sam na začetku kalendaš je full delaya. Pa kaj strelaš, pa to pa sploh ni nič. Zakaj Kinza pa Disciptos nista več duo? Pa se to je zdaj že par sezon. Mislim, 2. Pač chat, duo ti imenajo, ne? Probajo iti skup take, ki bojo boljš plejsa. Zato se pa mena duote. Ne menajo sam kar tako. Razen Thomas pa TaySon. Čila sprašuje, kdaj greš 1v1 z njemu. Čila, odgovor je nikoli. Če bom vedel, kaj lahko pričakujemo v Čavlja 3 sezoni 3. Ja, če bom vedel, kaj lahko pričakujemo, ja, drugač ne. Foxy malo so gledala, ja, še en friend mi je nekaj povedal. Tako da mogoče bova res tle. Mislim, ne, bova kar tle probala. Se jaz mislim, da tle lahko dobro igra, samo mora pač pametno se fajtata, ne. Recimo zdaj, ko sva umrla, so on tim pušala, ne, če bi bil turnir, bi jaz rekel Wolfu, počakaj, ker je še en tim, ne, ker sem vedel, da jo pušala, ne. Ker to je skor 100%, da zgubiš. Kar na mejna, a?
Ja. Se po smo sama, veš.
Ne, ja, imel sem nekaj glider. Tam ne vem, lauda so še drgam. Kazal mi je.
Ja, jaz ne vidim. Moje so šli tja.
A, okej. Ja, tle gor landat je nekaj najboljšega takole. Ja, sami augi. A, tle ima še vending machine.
Ja,
A,
saj to
tle so še
res, ja.
kulari. Moraš še malo pogledati, kje so kulari, pa tudi tako. Pač moja, tle mora pol oba dva na isti mest landat, veš. Ne posebej. Če so kontestana. Če so v high point lobbyjih, maybe igra bolj safe tja v zadnji landat. Če misliš, da bo kontestno odprojal.
Nemam pojma.
Kar ni mi pobral.
Vidno.
A ja, se po mojem čisto odvisno od situacije. Pač res upam, da zdaj pridava, ne. Tudi zdovniča so gora, veš, tam ima zdaj rifte, ni spet tok bad. Pa hitreje šla tako zuta, mislim, metal ima tudi hiter.
A metal je full dober, klem.
Ja, pač teli boksi so insane, itak vsak ti da 60. Tete veliki.
Ja, insane je.
Lahko vzamem še dvoje, ja? Jaz tle na sode. V rudnik krenita, če sta kontesta, ne, mi da bova kar sam landala, pač če nam imela dober loot bova dipala, ne, proti rudniku, če ne pa pač fajtala. Ker se mi zdi, da pač te fajti tle, early game se lahko še najboljš fajtala, po moje. Sam pač, da se skrb drživa, ne, ja. Pač, če ima v redu, da ima ARA pa SNG, ali pa shotgun pa SNG, ali pa shotgun pa ARA, pa da lahko tega dobiva, to sam, to pušava lahko nač. Plus search dobiva, kar je najbolj pomembno, ne, FNCS-i so itak stacked.
Še rift je, ne?
Ja. Rift ima, pa gre pološen na une rifte tam naprej. Edino v unih full high lobbyjih, po moje, ne bi riftu tok, ko folk išče za search.
Dober.
Ampak odvisno situacije tudi, no, ja. Odvisno na lahko rotiravati, ali ne.
Veš kaj, noben tukaj ne puša v ta mesto, ne? To je dobro.
Res, ja. I guess, da teli bi lahko pušal proti rudniku, če landajo tja.
Kjeri?
Pa moraš pazati te na levo, na veterncah. Sam zdaj, ko imajo volt še gor, bolj bojo volt zdaj šli.
Pa tudi bolj una smer, ja.
Prej ne, zdaj pa po moje, glede na to, da je safe dela.
Mogoče edin te, sam tudi te grejo proti gas stationu ponovati.
Ja. Pač tle je full mehna šansa, da ta party, no.
Ja, dejansko je to full dober.
Jep. Pa sam te tle moral biti. Zdaj, v OpenSih, kogar sem gledal, 6 iger sem sam pogledal, se vem, da to ni najboljši sample, ampak v teh 6 igrah je bil sam 3-krat kontestan, pa še to sam en tim, a ne? A veš, to ni nič.
Sredno lama.
Ja. Koliko je ura? A to do konca odigram, pa grem pa pogledat chat, ko je verjetno začel. Ej, te luči ali karkoli so, ti dajo veliko metala. Kjer je luči. Da, se mora... Sej, zato sem pa gledal tudi finale, da sem malo videl, oziroma ne, round 3. Hočem finale moram pogledati, pol kdo bo sem landal danes. Mislim ne kdo, ampak sam da vidim kako lutajo, da dobijo pač... Ka pravi ima itak že zlapo vse zrihta, da čim hitrejš dobijo mece in vse.
Tle imaš še malo lame, če boš.
Dobar. Pa danes v finalih igrata dva, ko heal offata, to vem, ja, to vem.
Tam se top 5 itak ne morata biti. Heal off,
A veš kaj je, drugače, oni dva sta to, dejansko sta skrime pa vse practicala skosa, ne? Ker je tudi Orange Surge. In znata tudi heal offat Surge, ne? Ampak finale je še večji Surge, se mi zdi. Pa problem je, da finale, a veš, folk vsak ve kam kdo lenda, ne? In unika bliz njiju lenda je pa to, bo bili zelo skoncentrirani, da jih ubijo, ker imajo free Surge pa free pike, a ne? Sam to je fora, a ne? Če bo folk pričakoval, pa tudi odvisen je od zona. A veš, če zon tako pulak je zdaj, je to zelo slabo za njih.
Ja, to vem, ja.
Kjera pa, nek Ventrox ali kva je pa še en. Vse bom pol pokazal. Ni ločeva velik stever, ok, ta en.
Ej, čaka, Benji pa Sage tako, lala.
Foxy, to ni tvoj drugi season landing spot, če ko mi prvič. Kje si notes? Benji pa Sage staja, zadnjo igro. Imela sta 107 pik, 6 pik, pa kval. Te dva s heal offom sta imela 120 pika, 118. Jutri je že ob 3, ja, jutri je že ob 3. Ajmo, si ne telaj, gremo do 300.
Kraken, white, 41. Kraken.
Se še fajta, ja. Drugače sem gledal, kako greš, kako to, kaj šprintaš, da imaš najdaljši distance, kaj je en objavil na Reddit. Šprintaš, slajdaš, skočaš. God? White, trikrat white. Tale je white. God, če ga boš zadev. Nice. En je dol skočil.
Ne, pa gor, razum gor, kar.
Ja, jaz ga stavo. Dva sta. Da je por meni jedan. Čakaj, pridem jaz do tebe, da vas skup. Kje?
On tle na menu spadi.
Ja, ker nimam shotguna. Na tabo en. Podaril. Nisem ga kovno. Dole je padel. Pa dva sta še tle vsaj. Pod mano.
Men.
O, mene je crackal white, nice, lepa. En je bil še, veš, na southeast strani. Jaz sem healam hitar.
Da nista ta dva umrla.
Ne, še en solo je bil, ko sem ga fajtal, pa sem pa do tebe prišel. Lode je že šel.
Moja sem deepo, ja.
Bil je točen tle, ko si zdaj.
Pedo je.
Okej.
To se vede.
A ni bil zabildan pad?
Ne.
Aha, okej, pa jaz sem zabil do pad prej.
Okej.
Fajta se tla spredi. Miha, nekaj že težiti, kdaj bo en video. To bo on povedal na svojem kanalu, a pa pač bo kdaj, ne? Pač bo te že videl, kaj bo. Čisto vsake čisto sprašuješ. Kje se gleda FNCS? Na Twitchu bomo gledali. Na Twitchu bomo gledali FNCS. Še en team third party, ja. En je minus 80. Le. En minus 60. Imam več velik mecov.
Kraken. Dva krekana.
Okej.
Dva tima sta spet, veš. Da sem malo
Ja.
stran.
Ubil so ne. Healajo se.
Še en tim prihaja. White. 60
Ja.
white.
Imamo del.
Jaz sem na tega, ko sem ga white zadev.
Ja, čakaj, jaz se healam. Jaz sem dva pod sabo, veš. $112 na men.
Jaz se špilam v
O, moj,
boksu.
ja, jaz ne. Mene dva pušata.
Vidim.
Ko mi kar pleze, jaz sploh ne slišim, kje. Pa low sem. O, 0 mecov sem, imam, dead sem. Jap. O, fuck. To mogu sam tam hmenit po moje prej.
Samo, ko me en drug teamfightu. Kle so zdaj 3 teami, se mi zdi.
Ja. Ne, pa se tam bi lahko prišel do mene, jaz sem bil itak že pri te dveh, ti bil pa zrana, nis.
Ne, jaz sem bil
Pa šel pol dol, pol pa si pol, ja, pol. Prej si bil tle zraven, to sem mislil. Kada jaz sta bila dva, ne, pro dvema, to sem dead. Pa zdaj prav čutam, koliko me spampo, vedno me 100 plus zadane, ja. Da je to, 112 spet, insane. Pa za tabo. Tam splash, ali boš mogel hiter. Nice, imaš mece. Pazi, tle, je to tvoje. Yo, gal! Daj neč, FNCS, zdaj bom gledal FNCS. Hvala ti, legenda.
Ne,
Dejansko skoraj zmagal. Sam vidiš, koliko je pampa zdaj model.
ker močno.
Pa če, a šte da sta me začela pušati tam, ko sem bil nad njima. In to, ko en puša, en pa pleza gor, ko sploh slišiš, ne, da pleza, a ne. In jaz sam spleza gor, pa me pampne za 100 plus.
Rip.
Oh, ja. Arena šport ena, kva. Ja, zdaj bom šel gledat, pa bom pol še off-stream lahko igrala, da se res za jutr pol. Jutr je že ob 3, pol prej pa ne morem. Tako da. GG's, itak sem hodil toliko, da sam dropava tam, da malo sprobava. Ja. Se pa pol zvečer še malo renco igra, pa če v kakšni skrimi mogoče kaj jih petak, malo del.
Ja, se po moje bo, preko so bili je bilo tako 1500 jih igrali v nobe.
Ja, no, pa tudi zdajle sam 5 iger je, tako da bo malo manj časa trajalo, no.
Prav, cool.
Tako da, ja.
Dobro.
Kaj greš lapat zdaj, ja?
Ja, po moje, ja.
Dobar, uživi pa se ga.
Ok, ajde.
Ajde. Oj, folk! Ok. Imeli bomo, gledali bomo pač, ko vete, SS finale, FNCS je spet tukaj, tole je qualifier 1 finale. Ja? Tako da vam bom povedal, ja, zdaj tukaj le bojo drope šli čez, tako to bomo še gledali. Drugače šele čez 12 minut se začne, bom pa še, če je gledal Dallas, verjetno ne. Danes dobo 4-krat, kva, teki. Pa vam bom še pokazal par stvari, sam sekunda. Kje je uno, ja bi takrat poslala sam malo, da vidim, da vam pokažem, kako točkovanje deluje. Ne vem, kje je tisto najdla. Eno sliko moram najti, chat.
I think either way, like this is a show. This is a drop spot that's going to be a mess. You know, the teams in here could do either amazing 5-1, 6-0 or you know this could be all the teams involved.
Another POI man, another hotspot right now. We can't towers. We just saw Mr. Savage. They're in the interview, but Benji
Ja, sam res, čaki, aj Benji contestant on, zihar je.
DKS and Bad Sniper. Gentlemen,
Sam dva tima landata v tilted dons. Wow, what the hell? Bom pokazal nekaj heal-offata, bom pokazal. Sam da najdem to, Vete, ker nisem pripravljen. Če kje je uno, koga jih hvala? Jo, najde sem. On tole jaz še enkrat postil, sam toliko, da imam. Ok, toliko, da boste vedeli, ok, se pravi, imamo 3 qualifierje tokrat, se pravi, enega več kot prejšnjo sezono, kar je dober. Ja? Te bom takole dal. Ja? In, se pravi, runda 1, to smo že odigrali, 2, 3, in zdaj round 4 je 6 iger. Top 5 igre v finale, a ne? Čakaj malo. A 6 iger je danes, ni 5. A ja, 5 iger je tukile. Pol finale. A ja, ok, to sem se zmotil. Ok, never mind. Danes imamo 6 iger, pa top 5 jih gre v finale. Tukaj nima veze, a zmagaš ali ne. Pač igro, to je tukaj pol. Tukaj a ne, je 5 iger, pa 6 iger naprej, čeprav, čak, če takrat je pisal, čakaj malo. To imamo 5, to je 15 timov iz qualifierjev. Pa jih imamo pa tle še Instant Advance. Aha, ja, se je, ja. Tukaj je, če zmagaš, greš direkt naprej. Tako da ja, ok. Sprav, danes imamo 6 iger, ne 5, to sem se zmotil. In top 5 jih gre naprej v finale. Medtem, pol grede po series točkah, a ne? Se pravi, ti, ka priješ v finale, po finale pa to dobiš neke točke. In top 50, v njih, ka še ni qualifier direkt v finale, a ne, iz teh qualifierjev, igra pol tale polfinale, ja? In teh top 50 duo, to imajo pol tukaj le session 1, 5 iger, in od teh 5 iger, top 6 igre naprej v finale, in pa unika zmagajo teh 5 iger, a ne, vsak zmagovalc gre tudi direkt pol v finale. To da boste vedeli, ostali, ki niso prišli session 1, a ne, naprej, igrajo session 2 plus pol uni timi, ki so bili od 50 do 61. Ja? Ok. Drugač pa heal off. Tisti, ki igrajo heal off, čakajte, bom jaz odprl Fortnite tracker. Events, EU. Heal off pa igrajo. T2 igrata heal off. Se pravi, Vontrex pa Creed Jason. A jutri ti igraš FSS? Ja, jutri igram. Če bo danes pridi narediš OnlyFans. Ja, okej. Drugač, danes je member only chat, če vmes pol, ja. Še member only chat imamo pol. Ajmo, gledajte, da igramo do 300. Ne pozabiti shareati streama. Danes gledamo finale. Jutri igramo qualifier 2. V nedeljo zvečer gledamo drug qualifier finale. Tako da po naslednjem vikend čez danič. A strava pozdravljam zdaj liste, kaj bo za memberi v nedeljo? Member only chat bo. Zdaj, kadar so turnirji, je member only chat. Kje si Ferko, Alois, kako si? Chat, danes ne bomo gledali nobenega streamerja. Danes gledamo samo Epic Games, ki streamajo, okej? To, da boste vedeli. Ja? To ne vem, ko imajo zdaj neke sklade, ampak ja, začne se. 15 čas se začne, tako da imamo še 6 minut. Še kaj tazga, ki bi radi, da vam pokažem? Preden začnejo. 5 minut imamo. More biti member only. Zato, ker folk spoila drugač. Urejo sem ga, kako se živa na talek se god? Jo. Veteran se daje veliko brika. Ok, ktajen. TaySon, bratranc je moj soigralc. Nice. Že Renzi, jo. A si polnoleten? Tebi se zdi, da me rabaš vprašati, če sem polnoleten? To še nisem. Tako vprašanje pa še nikoli nisem dobil. Če kdo spoila, daš member only, ok? Ne, v vsakem primeru da member only. Zato, ker to je ena prednost ljudi, ki so memberi. Da imamo tudi kdaj streame, ki je member only chat. Tako da ne bom razkriral, da nekdo spoila na splošno. Member only in to je to. Vedno imamo tako, lej. Tudi, ka nekdo rata member, piše, da turnirji, ka gledamo turnirji, je member only chat. In tega se držim. Pogled, če bom tak streama, verjetno bo streamal, ki je tak že včeraj tudi streamal. Kdo je tvoj favorit? Pa sploh ne vem, kdo je favorit, chat. To je, ne vem, dejansko pojma nimam. Pač kdo misli, da bo zmagal na splošno FNCS, ne sam danes. Ne, pač imamo, TaySon Čebek znata zmagati, Quizy znata zmagati. Aqua Veno, zdaj ne vem, zdaj nisa kvalala, ampak neki tudi dobro malo igrata. Malibuka je tako, da ima par samih igra, ampak par jih popapajo, pa so tudi ima to, tako da Malibuka tudi zna biti, maybe. Kdo so to? Ne vem, kdo so te tle, ki jih kaže, ne vem. Evo, Deceptos, Pink, pa še dva. Vse ste videli. NCS bo zmagal vse, ima ne vem, kdo je to. Prvi, Quizy, drugi, Endilex, Quizy, tretji, TaySon Čebek, četrti, Aydar, Jureki, peti, Vico Jackson. A to za danes govoriš seba? A to za danes govoriš? Oj, še 4 minute, če pa se bo začel, še 4 minute. Lahko gremo. Words on stream te 4 minute, okej? Okej? Lih tok, da je mal. Na glas!
Hvala za donacijo, Maji.
Hoti R-Games, pozdravljen! Hoti R-Games za evro, kako si R-Games? Jow. Moj favorite basketball player, ma veliko mi jih je bilo všeč. Drugač, Dwayne Wade, da sem full pregledal. Kobe, James, Iverson, Rajon Rondo, te sem največ gledal. Jordan. V angleščini to, by the way, chat, v angleščini. Digital je že. Malo še gledajte chat, ki je mač kot delaya. 8 sekund delaya imate na streamu, tako da gledajte, kaj folk v chat piše. Giant bi lahko bilo, maybe, Gia, ne, ni neja. Yo, kje si Minti? Yo!
Kje si miška, haha, GG, si inkrat za dans.
Ej, GG za danes oziroma včer Minti, let's go, chat, z Mintijem smo včer dubla skin, tisti, ki niste videli na začetku streama, pa na Instagramu, če niste videli. God Duo za Zero Build. Easy, Minti je, to je tudi od Mintija prvi skin, ki ga je dubo iztonil, tako da let's go, hvala ti Minti, legenda za Fetero, hvala ti. Daj stran počasen način. Ne, itak je sam 5 sekund, se ne rabaš spamat. Vidiš, zdaj si napisal 5krat zapore, daj stran počasen način, veš, da bi napisal eno besedo. A veš? Nekaj slabo vam gre. No, vse ste šli naprej, ne, ampak tole je slabo. Za prvo level je to zelo slabo. Razočaran sem. Ampak smo šli naprej, čakaj, daj sam da vidim. Še minuto pa pol, ajde, še en level naredimo, Ajde. Ajde, bom še jaz maybe zraven, da vidim, če bo kaj pametnega. Ali hodil sem parfum dat, rip. Lahko ne vem, je to beseda? Ne vem, bom videl. Idemo! Zdaj sem zaklenen. Okej, Lano, kva ga delate, model. Okej. Sploh ne vidim nobene besede, model. Ne vem. A bo to okej, to ne bo. A ja, sploh ni oja, kva jaz delam. A pram je dal kdo, a je to? Pure, daj ga, no? No, naredili smo že, ampak... Pa je še bilo, parfum je že. Mora biti vsaj 4 črke. Dejansko ne vem, model, jaz sem zmeden. Če parfum cela. Kjera pa še nismo pol uporabljali noter črke. R. A to je beseda? Perfumer. Vidimo, če je to beseda. Idemo! Aha, kdo je unata dolgo najdel? Let's go! No, naredili smo. To bo 2 levela preskočil. Ali pa samo enega. Očitno samo enega. Aha. Nič, zdaj bomo še gledali, bomo to pa nadaljevali. Vsi gala v chat, oziroma ne, vsi nesrečno za TaySona v chat. To deluje. Vsi nesrečno v chat. Pa da member only chat. Benji Savage je dead.
Story we've seen season after season at almost so many different POIs. It seems like I think on the side of Bad Sniper, they've just been leveling up, being a little bit more composed.
Benji Savage je dead. GG.
The better half of that equation.
Ti da vas je toliko manj lutaj, TaySon, Čapix. To vse polutala. Mata kartica za Volt, kar je nice. Da vidimo, kako sta Benji pa Savage umrla.
Oh no. It's like that. They even had such a cool drop. I was like, there's no way this goes back.
Še dubo je enega.
Unfortunately, even with Benji just being a powerhouse and getting one of the knocks down, you can't really stop Vico from pushing that box. That was also,
ne moreš, SNG rip.
The wishy-washy predictions back and forth. I had a feeling in my heart that if Benji and Savage are given enough time, maybe just a game or two, they can get so many points. But having these types of players and teams around them, it's tough.
Hardwood pa ADN sta prva. Z 2 kilova. Janisa so ubili. Zdaj sta sama v grizi, cel grizi zase, pa še avtomat v grizi, god. He's fine, man. TaySon zlom si noga neki. A kao nesrečno, a vinti. Kje si videl Sara, jojo. Ajde, vidimo, kako so tle zgubali Janis, Vortex. 108, 87, GG. Pampa je zdaj full dobra, če dejansko. Ta Pampa je skoraj boljša, kot pa naprej. Res ne more 200 narediti, ampak dejansko, da narediš 185 damage z zlato, ne rabiš sploh vse headshot zadeti, sam pol. Vsi, ki imajo 2 kila so prvi, vsi, ki imajo 1 kill so drugi, vsi, ki imajo 0 killov so tretji. Zaenkrat, evo, če vas zanimajo standingi. Quizy pa Hen, prejšnja zmagovala. Oni da sta zmagala, a ne prejšnja season, če sem notil. To da kaže, kjer so je god, ja, to je full dober, drugače, to je res dober.
Namesake-wise, fueling-wise, if you just look at the history, they should be a shoo-in for top 5, but a lot of the times, analysts, players, fans don't have them there.
Yeah, I think as a whole, they're doing that's very representative of a lot of what's happening with, you know, the French scene in Fortnite, right at the top level, where a lot of these players are very established, expect them to do well, and they have the potential to.
Aj, 2 lenda, da tudi v groto. Bil je že tegan. Malo kar dobre hile, sicer zdaj bo mogel malo porabiti. Pinger je kar naprej. Pink je šel na drop. Pazit mora en duo. Je tudi hotel, na mostu so. Kje si bajcal, kako si? Evo, Čapix pa TaySon sta dubla Volt, nice, nice.
I don't think that's going to change much over the next couple of games.
I love how you're just like walking down the street type vibe in your voice, you know, keeping it nice and nonchalant. You see TaySon on the screen. I've never seen this man smile mid-sentence. This hard, this wide. Savage, ja, Savage igra, sam sta že umrla, Savage pa Benji. Off-spawn sta umrla.
know the truth.
Drugače
bro.
prva igra, no se vam piše
but
gor, ampak
we're
vseeno.
getting a prize for predictions. So I just want to do really well and get the prize. You know, I could have predicted, you know,
Lama.
Jack and Harry. It wouldn't matter who I predicted.
Lama je
As long
god
as they do
zdajle.
well, you will see me smiling, so.
Zdaj me, če bo kaj pokazal unik, se heal upajo.
I might have just started playing Fortnite again because of zero build, or I haven't watched competitive before. I want to predict some teams. I want to be a fan. Welcome to competitive. Basically, you watch the early game portion of Fortnite drop down, and it's pretty much just fighting for your POI. It's the same in many modes. After that, those where things get.
Ligi žitak, kako je bilo na šihtu bajca?
Game, it's all about.
Jaz sem v redu, Ligi zlobljane.
Damage up. Storm Surge is the thing that's kind of exclusive to these competitive modes. I mean, it's active in a lot of places, but this is where you see it a lot of the time. And all you have to do is more damage than most other players in the lobby. There's a cutoff. I believe it's 70 players for the first.
Hizi Quen še vedno tle. Lutata. Kizi Helma ta god metke pa god heale. Holy. Insane, insane.
Classic end game mumbo jumbo. That's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and as a whole, right, you're almost playing.
Koliko metkov model, to je insane. Ko ima da tale cel zgoran del slipija, tole je kar goda, ne? To res ni bad.
Of being able to win out the game. Resources will be a big part of that. You're seeing Hen farming up right now, making sure he can get himself
Perfektno,
up in that
let's go. A, te da sta ubila Benjija pa Savagea.
Different fights all around the map with that same goal in mind.
Control is basically the name of the game, and one of the duos I kind of want to talk about in that aspect, the one that did the best in the previous round, first place overall, Pinkin and Anas, and they have Cavern Mountain basically.
Včeraj, če sta dubla cono, sta takoj livala. Ja, danes ne bojo livali, če dobijo cono. Včeraj ja, včeraj sem jaz plačal livati zaradi tega, ker imajo 10 iger, ne?
Super contested off spawn, or they're going to be allowed to have a say in every single game. Them comfortable in game 1.
Pa zdaj je 6 iger v vsakem primeru, to valjda ne bojo livali. Sej tako bojo tle bi velikrat cono dobijo, tako da bomo videli, kako sploh bo. Ej, kjer word imaš ti? Pa ti misliš program word, ali kva? Marinko.
And if you're a team that has one, let's just say you have a decent leg up on the rest of the lobby. A lot of people would like to share the same fortune as you, right? And so that will be a huge factor into how they're actually able to traverse the map, right? Because what we're going to see in a lot of these games is people crowded on the edge of these zones, right? You know, the storm circle, you're just going to have a whole line of teams.
Marinko, pojma nimam, ker ga imam drugač. Zakaj? Zakaj rabiš to vedeti?
Just that bit more mobile than the rest.
A, klein, ker ga imam.
It works wonders. That's why you'll see Queasy
Pojma nimam.
as much as they'll be confident about their chances qualifying.
A zato, ker je bil kao... O, na night mode, ko sem ga gor.
So don't have your hopes up, right? Everybody knows how
Attacking Michael solo? A, ne ni. A, on zastatno igra.
Most definitely, even with that central zone a little bit.
Še 84 playerjev.
Outside, a lot of people will be playing that edge.
Matej, kot Ciper, hvala ti za sabo, znam ScorpLZ, hvala ti.
Moving in and actually playing the game, it's nothing too crazy like the mountains up top north. Michael and Astro. Seeing exactly what they can do, but it's split bases.
Ja, jaz sem 16, ravno večo. Ja, pač pojma nimam, kva imam, res ne vem.
Combined ones. Maybe a spot that has a bit more of a vantage point overall. Unena rolling in. Lowest SD as well, second place overall from round 3. This team I feel like has been pretty 50-50 throughout history. SD specifically, always kind of toughed out on spawn. Always kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to placements as well. Kind of have some momentum riding in. You already mentioned TaySon and Chapix, iDrop and Jerky playing here today as well. Everyone here kind of has that potential.
Nano play v blue. Kdo so pa te
I
chat?
think consistency is something that everyone's going to be striving for, trying to get towards that top 5.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I think, you know, coming
O,
into
kva me
this
glas
game,
zdaj boli.
as much as these guys have all done a great job to get here,
Evo, TaySon pa Chapix. God auto, 2 peda. Vsaj TaySon 2 peda, nema Chapix še kakšnega.
That's my biggest hope for this duo here on our screens, right? TaySon and Chapix, both great players, both FNCS winners. They've actually won an FNCS playing together, but if you don't know much about these two, I'll tell you this, they argue quite a bit, right? both great minds in terms of Fortnite, right? Two of the smartest players in the game, and they can clash sometimes, right? And so if things don't go their way early on, right, that momentum not going in their favor can be huge, right? When the arguments start breaking out, can they actually keep things together and stay on the same page?
Još ko bi rekao Zen useri. Komu?
You got to see a bunch of these
Ko bi
players
rekao
on
Zen
that media
useri?
day recently. Talk to me about the vibes of them on site finally, you know, meeting some of their competitors for the first time. Like, was everything hunky-dory, or was it kind of like, you know, as intense as things get in-game, or maybe even in solo catch cups?
You know what? Everyone's lovely, man. That's the one thing. All these players are very lovely people.
Hank Vizi še vedno v zonu. Očitno bo to kar leta rotirala, ali kaj. Kar toliko dolg sta v Slipiju model. Ok, Fember. Bubak je dobil knock.
Sometimes players allow their emotions to get in there, but for the most part, everyone's quite cool. So I'm
sure
as we
extra
go
big.
player, I'll have some more anecdotes.
Vizi je tudi nekam low.
But nah, it was a
Morata
great experience.
paziti.
These guys, their passion for Fortnite is brilliant. They all work incredibly hard, and I'm sure that will pay off for a lot of them too.
No, to one dva umrla zaradi zona na koncu model. Ali pa Surge'a. 83 playerjev še živih.
We're talking about cash cups, you're trying to come, you know, towards the top first overall. For this week, this qualifier, these 6 games, by the time
koliko je Surge, da vidimo?
every duo here is going to be looking towards getting towards that top 5. If so, they're going straight towards the
263 above, za Ana
towards the end
Pinka.
of the season. So, I mean, there are a few shoe-ins on your screen right now as well, but anything can happen, especially with the way some of these POIs are set up in terms of fights. It's
Zakaj se mi zeha? Kje si Tenza? Jojo. Živo Tjanix.
action games we've seen
Yo.
so far across both seasons. Everyone playing super slow. I feel like a little bit of that loop.
Ajmo, vsi se like, neki ne lajkate danes, ajde, gremo do 400.
Take a few more passive fights.
Ste mi pomagate.
Overall, the introduction of the shield keg, just having that 100 shield for free after taking a few engagements. People are looking just to base up a bit more than to go all in 50-50 these box fights.
Yeah, I think being able to actually find a team you can get tags on can be difficult. A lot of people in these lobbies will be playing just that bit safer than they usually would. And so you always have to pick your timings and your openings wisely. You see Bad Sniper and DKS, they think they found an opening. I'm not able to connect with much just there. They will have to find something though, 222 below. You can see on the right.
Upaš, da se zmaga, ne vem, prvo igro sta umrla off spawn že, tako da. Pa tole danes itak nima veze, kdo zmaga, danes pa sam veze, da si top 5. Tisti, ki so top 5, danes kvalajo naprej v veliki finale, tako da. 6 iger je top 5 igre naprej. Bad Sniper puša. Puša je duo, ki je ubil Savagea pa Benjija. DKS dead, Bad Sniper low. Te dva pa ta zdaj 4 kile. Kdo ta vikal? Čer, kva ta žiš? Prvič si napisal zdaj, odkar je number only chat. Pa si to prvo napisal. Pa bil si že prej v chatu. Kje si Gami?
If a top team struggles for Surge in one game, you can forgive that, right? Things happen. But game a game.
Tale Lowless je, mislim, da dead, ne?
You can see the tree being knocked down.
Ta je trvoje cover.
Sort of almost goes unspoken about, but it is huge, right?
Nano pa Lu sta kar 130 below Surge.
And he's now going to have to fend for himself. The combat SMG is providing endless amounts of pressure. He tries to get up and over. But with such low HP, things are going to be so difficult. Hits a nice shot. I believe that's the crack as well. And so he's evened things up a tad bit. But can he do the finishing blow before a teammate?
Ona da sploh ne iščeta Surge'a model.
You can hear them scurrying around all over him.
Že prej, ko sem vprašal Wolfa, pa nismo zdrav. Chiller! Prej sem Wolfu rekel, kdaj bi se s tabo igrat 1v1. In ti misliš, da nisem slišal, da nisem vedel, da se včeraj, kva? Kje si, Bergi, yo? Pač kva? Rekel sem to, kar si hodil, ko si bil v chatu. To mi pa res ni logičen. Te dva, ko se hirata, sta šla zdaj drugam. Kaj drugam? Se nema, sta še živa, ali ne? Te dva sta premalo od Surge iskala, sam healala sta se. Sam še on je below Surge. Ne, on je zdaj above, never mind. En drug je below.
Only one player needing to go down before Surge will stop ticking for the meantime, and so he'll hope he can just weigh it out. Obviously 163 above now works in his favor, and now that we've hit 70, Surge will be switched off.
Sprej sem napisal boss. Če sem prebral itak tvoj komand, kada ima vese, če rečem zraven še pos. Zdaj tudi gora. Ne se izid zaradi teze, ti lahko odpadajo na vse. Se bom probal zapomniti, Foxy. S temi series pointi lahko pride v grand finale. Ne. Series točke jih pripeljajo samo do polfinala. Pol v grand finale morajo pa iz polfinala dobro odigrati. Series pointe rabiš ti, da prideš v polfinale. Zdaj za oboščajim se učon, ker so healata splashi. Okej.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough, but of course, like you said, the two pads will be huge in terms of being able to get him zone to zone. His loot was brilliant. Like, obviously, if he had a teammate, we'd be talking about them in the context of...
Ja, lahko daš, Gami, ja, lahko daš. Oj, folk, pri 1000 lajkih danes. Daj ga X-ti, no? Jau, kako si? Hvala, inteligent Zero, kako si? Pozdravljen. Kje spi pa v Dabi? V hotelu, Vojksi. S punco sta pa šla, v hotelu sta.
Just allows them to save so many mats, right, in these moving zones.
Pa gre, pa tudi men gre, tudi men.
Like a pad or a vehicle, they're gonna have to just burn through materials to keep themselves protected and safe. These guys can...
Prej sem nekaj hodil povedati, pa smo zdaj, aja, pri 1000 lajkih, chat. Pri 1000 lajkih, Gami bo dal kodo za eno stvar, sam pozabil sem kaj. Pa, kaj imaš kodo za kjero stvar, Gami? Da naredim giveaway v chatu, okej, pri 1000 lajkih, hajde. Pri 1000 lajkih eno podarimo kodo, okej? Povej, TaySon, ko mi prve igre, tako da ne vemo še nič. Živ je še, živ je še. Bergi mi je poslal slika. Catwoman pickaxe, evo chat, pri 1000 lajkih podarimo Catwoman pickaxe.
Key to sort of how he has to play the rest of this game out. You can't make yourself look vulnerable, you can't make yourself look weak.
Daj ga no, kar dva streama odprta. Ko imaš to vin, slučajno, Bergi? Kjer kralj? Se nema si še tle, ali ne? Da noč mislim, da te ignoriram pol na Instagramu. Hen je dobil 2 kila, okej, okej. Pink, tukaj je solo. Ajdrop ju reki še oba šiva. Jo, kje si Danica? Moram zdaj, ker imaš zaprt. Pošalj pol abi v DM, Gami, pa mi bo ona poslala. A pa tenzija, lahko to. Čepix, tegan. Drugač, imata 3 launchpade, TaySon pa Čepix imata zdaj oba 3 launchpade, kar je zelo dober. Morda paziti. Ih pušajo tle. A dobro, imata velik healov še, tako da... Ni bad, ni bad, ni bad. Nista dubla zona, ampak imata 3 pade, tako da ne bo toliko panike. Zdaj se tle na polno fajteva, 270 below surge. Pa se tle dogaja, sploh nič ne vidim. Yo! Kraj do 433, zato da je točno 333,33 ta mesec. Kjer kralj, hvala ti legenda, hvala ti za support. Če imaš vin to, Bergi, če vin piješ, zraven kaj gledaš. Hvala ti, X, ne sačka za X, chat memberi, pa moderatori. Aja, by the way, chat, v petek zjutraj v 8 Zabi pela v avto. Začneva z urom vožnje, v petek že. Petek, danes teden. Kva bi dal, da bi še tam glavno pa to prvo naredila, to bi bilo toliko dobro. Hardfind low. Skočil v box, ker ima malo HP-a, what? In umor, aja, below surge, okej. Mogel so. Sploh ga ne lega, ej. Hen, Quizy. Hen ima že 2 kila. Mali Buka je še živ. Hen, Quizy sta živa, ja. iDrop, Jureki sta tudi živa. Kje je TaySon? Je TaySon še živ? Kje si Berlinjo? Se možno je lažje v prvo. Misliš, Tenza? Quizy je double kill. Ja, Oliksi! Bo še kdaj Valorant? Ja, valjda da bo, veš da bo. Hadi je za 2 evra. Valjda bo, naslednji teden imamo, lej. Jutr pa v nedelo ne. V ponedeljek tudi nekaj cashka, tork, sreda, četrtek, takrat bo verjetno vse Valorant, tako da. Vem, da je lažje, ne mislim. Ma, veš kaj je sam, Tenza? Mene je pol strah, da mi bo ful težko voziti. Ne vem zakaj. Pač se sem 20 minut že malo probal, ampak evo, TaySon je še živ, ja. Ampak... Ok, Tenza. Lega XT, no? Še podaljšam, evo, sem prišel se pozdraviti, se čujem pozneje, čau. Ej, XT, uživi, hvala ti res za support. Insane support ta mesec, hvala ti res. Uživi.
That's going to be huge for these guys moving forward. That refresh.
A zdaj se boš navadil, dokler ne greš na izpit. Kako da misliš, dokler ne greš na izpit? Pa? A misliš, preden greš na izpit, sem že navadil, dokler to misliš? Prej ti je tako porjal, dobro, to je itak, ja. To je itak. Dobro, če ne drugega, inštruktor bo en, ki ga poznama, ne, pač, ko smo ska basket igrali, tako da. Amo TaySon. Antle je najboljša kvaliteta model. TaySon, Chapix sta sam 116 above search, ampak dober. Saj je basta, ampak sam en kill mata. Pink tukaj le sam prvo pride above search. A ja, Berg je rekel, valjda zmanjkal vse v hladilniku, sam še vinček ostal. Ker kralj, kar vinček pije. Jurek je na hajtu, pa TaySon je dubil še en kill. Tako da imajo 2 killa zdaj. iDrop pa Jerky na hajtu, ok, nevermind, podaril so jih. Ne, še vedno sta na hajtu. TaySon je second high. Viko je dead, Viko je tisti, ki je ubil Savage-a pa Benjija. Jureki, TaySon je kontestu hajta, ga poderajo. Jerky dead, kdo ga je dobil? iDrop je low. Chapix je ubil, to! Prvo igro vinata, TaySon pa Chapix, let's go, let's go! Boljši duo kot Thomas pa TaySon, vprašaj. Nice. Meci, tako, saj Chapix pa sad 250 vuda. Gami, tisto je odvisen od ure, veš. Zdaj podače je takrat, ko si rato member. Četrta sta zdaj. Iz drugega mesta sta na četrto padla, očitno je pok dubu kile zdajle. Pink solo klača god zdajle, čet. Pink je še pred movingom bil solo. Mali Buka, Mersa še živa. Pink je low, Pink dead. God klač za Pink je na top 12. God, Mersa še dol kill. 5 killov ima ta model, insane. Insane. Ej, full več pump vidimo zdaj. TaySon, Čabik še vedno na hajtu, let's go. Nima ta tukaj, ima ta 4 kille, ni bad. Ni bad.
Unbreakable wall down low made of wood and a strong duo. Meanwhile, Chapix up top is trying anything to have a sane elimination.
Mali Buka pa Mersaš ima ta 7 killov. Oni dva znata biti prvo po prvi igri. Ja, se bo tak, ker bo tam imela največ killov. Zaradi so srđe je Storm umrl. Pa? Kdo on? Misliš Pink? On bi tako umrl. Kdo ga je ubil? TaySon je dobil tole killa. Chapix, nice. Chapix low. Chapix dead, ne. To! TaySon je dubu! Merstaša, 8 kilo ima tam Malibuk pa Merstaš. Insane. Evo, TaySon je dubu zdaj kill. 1-1 proti Malibuki. Tole, če TaySon dobi kill pa zmaga, sta verjetno prva pol. TaySon ima mecov. TaySon ima mecov.
Option as well. 170 max, no, almost 200 to use, and TaySon's forced to the ground. Has nothing for protection. He has to go for the spray. Malibuka low on HP as well. This 1v1 could dictate how the day goes completely. TaySon looking for the shot. He gets rattled up.
Da bi očala tole, TaySon zmaga.
Malibuka looking for it. TaySon almost finds a shot down.
Oh! Maybe ta... Ne, škoda, blizu, blizu. Blizu, blizu.
It can't be stopped with the first victory royale.
Tole je bilo zelo bliz, tole je bilo zelo bliz. Ajmo vsi, GG so chat, let's go! Lepo je videti prvo igro, da že TaySon dobro igra. Ej, da TaySon dobro začne turnir igrati, to nismo videli, odkar so igrati. Tako da, lej, mogoče je to dobro, da ga je Tomas dropil. Mogoče je to dobro. Mogoče je to dobro. Ajde, da pogledamo lestvico. Prvi. Kva? Aja, opa, sorry, to sem od včeraj igral. Opa. Okej. Prvi, Merstaš Malibuka 59 pik, drugi, TaySon Čapik 46 pik. Ta Sicav, kva? Darkar tretja. Flovis Mebi peta, da vidimo. Ja, ta Viko pa Jaks, ne vem kdo sta te dva, ampak sta imela 6 kilov. Insane. Flogi Klement 9. Pink Ana 14. Pink je tle klača, pač on je bolj, ne vse pike sam dubu. Hank Vizi sta 22. Mora sta 25 s 3 kili. Aja, one dva sta imela srč, ja, slab. Michael Astro. 25, Aydrop je rekel 23. Ko imamo še tazga. Vordex Jan 44, Benji Fishy Savage 47. Bot Burek, pozdravljeno v bistvu, hvala ti linija sport. Ne v bistvu, what the fuck, v Scorp Gang. A to, če bi ti igral, bi klačil gore danes kao. Ma itak da bi, pač vidite, to bi jaz zmagal. What do you mean? Zakaj TaySon nekaj stola igra? Zato, ker je bil to jezen, kaj je TaySon v solo tih uničil. To je na kratko. Okej, za tiste, ki ne veste, danes, se pravi, imamo kvalifarje. Ja, 3 kvalifarji so to sezono. To je prvi kvalifar, se pravi, runda 4 oziroma finale kvalifarja 1. 6 iger, top 5 jih gre naprej v veliki finale direkt. Se pravi, zaenkrat so to Merstaš Malibuka, TaySon Čepiks, ta plus Darkar, Groz, Šico, pa Flovis po mapi. Zaenkrat so tema top 5. Kdo te vedel? Ja? Zdaj boš te igral številka 2. Ne, Gami, ni. Ni pokazal. By the way, folk. Gami je dal kodo za Catwoman Pickaxe. Catwoman Pickaxe bo podaril Gami. Tako da pri 1000 lajkih naredimo giveaway na streamu. Enega želimo ščeta, ki mu damo kodo za Catwoman Pickaxe. Zdaj sem bo šel v finale s to bosto. Lej, bomo videli, pač odkar igraš s Čepiksom, mislim, pač ta FNCS je vse dobro odigral s Čepiksom zaenkrat. Kjer sta bila teda, ki delata Hilov? Lahko bi pogledal, ja. Čakaj, Ventrox pa nekaj ima ta. Da vidim, kjer sta bila na koncu. Pač finale je zelo, Hilov igrati finale je zelo težko. Evo, 22 sta umrla. 22 minut sta zdržala, to je drugače insane. Ampak tukaj je toliko bolj stacked, kogar od kjerihkoli drugih rundah, a ne, endgame. In jo bo srč pač, a ne. A veš. Ampak ja. Malibuka ima svetovni rekord v kilih 52. A to v duotih, kao na turnirju, ali kaj? Gremo words on stream. Lahko gremo eno, ja. Kinzel ni prš, chat. Kinzel je tako dobro diriral, jaz pa Wolf. Ni pršel v round 2. Mej kamero levo spodi. Ja ne, polka gledamo ne. Zakaj je, ne, ni Mapiks, Čepiks je. Zakaj je Čepiks, če je Ugvaj? Zato, ker je bil prej skozi Čepiks in še zmer ga vsi Čepiks kličejo. Sam Ugvaj ima zdaj ime. Ne vem zakva. Ne vem zakva. Beggar, loj, no. Kva ga delate? A se dal že grab? Ste dal, okej, ste že dal. Rage? Rage niste dal? A, ste dal, fuck. Sploh ne vem, model. Sploh ne vem. Ni mi jasen. Nekaj slabo nam gre danes. Če ne bom gledal boxing matcha, ne. Igra 7CS jutr. Čaj, so že začeli chat. Čez 30 sekund, tako da bomo kar šli.
We're going to see, of course, we know how many dominant high ground teams are in that eye drop. Of course, wanted to get it jerky as well with him, was trying, but they couldn't handle TaySon and Chapix in that moment. Too long.
No, Bampa je boljša od stare, zdaj kad delata isto damage-a. Dobar, mislim, staro so narpali, ja, to ja. Danes si se kučil kolino. Ja, končno, ne? Daj se drugi, res je. Jaz nimam minus 17, ne. Ajde, vsi nesrečno v chat za TaySona, to deluje očitno za TaySona, vedno tako vsi nesrečno v chat. Prijem damo member, only chat. Vsi nesrečno. Vsi nesrečno. Pa folk drgač, ful premalo poudarjam zadnje čase. Ne bo zabavljati kode ScorpLZ. V item shopu s temi res ful pomagate, kadarkoli si kaj kupite, uporabite kodo ScorpLZ. S temi res pomagate, no, tako da hvala vse, kaj uporabljate, pa ne pozabite upisati, no, če kaj kupite. Ajde, vidimo. O, Sage je double weapon! God! O, Sage bo dead. O, ni mogo gor pridat! No way. Ej, en v chatu je spoilil, da je Savage dead. Aha, Anže Mlakar. Banan zavedno iz kanala, jo.
That is literally how all my arena games go.
Vidim, da je bil to prav spoil. Wow, okay, Voxy.
The guy chases me down and I get knocked. Oh boy, Benji has a tough task on his hand, but nothing he's not dealt with before. Jackson, you can say very much the same for him as well. Vico is obviously knocked and laying waste below.
Ja, tole je zdaj full slabo, ne? Pa ta dela, Benji? Kva? A ja, bot je pršel na njega.
And he's going to be very low, losing all his shield, man. What's going on?
That is tough. That is
Oh moj bog, kva se dogaja?
You can see now as well, Jackson trying to take the fight to Benji and he wins it. For the revive as well. Wow. Benji officially wipes the spawn again.
Kje si igral, yo?
That's tough.
Ja, Tenza, oba. Ne, trije timi so, Tenza, trije timi so.
And Jackson, we're going to do in that instance. For me, it's DKS and Bad Sniper.
Pač, ta tretji tim je Savage obal. Ne, on kaj je lenda z njimi. Merstaš je dead, to je zelo dober. Kaj je dosta prva, ne, mali buga pa Merstaš. Tega TaySon, Čebik sta druga.
Merstash already down. Once again, this is a scaling team in my opinion in terms of their strength in the game. In the early game, I feel like where you can stop them super fast, and right now you can see that Merstash already down.
Yeah, this is huge, right? This is a team that literally just won that first game, and we knew this fight.
Evo, Vico je dead, DKS ga je knockal. Kaj je na TaySon? Še vedno groto. Oziro, Common Kevin. Kaj je što, da lahko gledaš? Na Twitchu je to.
is such that he can get away, right? Come back a bit.
I guess da vam lahko takole damo vmes, ko čakamo, da se prostav.
Is he just trying to bait the sound for them to
Gral, ali to samo umevno?
It's just funny seeing the search thing go off again.
Oh goodness, yeah, that's great. They're not going to take the bait, right? But look, he'll be able to get Mustache up at some point, but that is really huge in terms of them just being able to get that elimination early on. And of course, the points and the surge that comes with that is huge as well.
I mean, just look at how fast Mustache Malbuka as well got to play that first game. They were out.
Vidiš, Gral, pač jaz o sebe, veš to.
So quickly. Pink and the Nas kind of had
Pač vem, da nisi... Kaj ga vidi, hvala ti za €1. Ajde, TaySon znosi še drugo nogo ali neki. Ko pa pola, bojo pa že roke ali kva, kako pa pol igral. Hvala ti vidiš za €1, legenda. Evo, čeks pa TaySon sem spet dubla, Volt, God.
Or if things just aren't even, they disappear for the game.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those games where they'll have to sort of overcome that, right? With the early setback, trying to get themselves loads out back.
O, Pink, Anas. Gleda, probata dobiti. Anas je tisti, ki je dobil Merstaša.
In terms of just like being in this area of the map, you saw the vault that TaySon and Chapik just opened.
Tale pa ni tok stacked, chat. Sad še 75 folka. Zdaj so se pa dosti hitrejši bil. To še vedno stacked, ne, ampak pač tako. V primerjavi s prejšnjo igro.
And in the surrounding areas, you can get your metal up as well in this area, and there's some god brick in the area as well that you can get. So overall, right, you know, it's not doom and gloom for them at this stage, right? But like you said, sort of that.
Daj, hvala, ker si mi doniral, zdaj se pa ne bo več sekiral nazaj. Ta nov sound je mid. Wow, Vojksi. Vojksi, mora biti malo change-a. Pa Folke je full všeč. TaySon je dobil kill. Čak, TaySon je dobil Malibuko. Let's go. To je to.
Look, he got way too big for his boots, right? He went in there. And TaySon and Chapik are like, hold on a minute, big man.
We're not done yet, man.
Do you know
To dejansko full tako, pay to lose. Win to lose, če imaš kronco. Vsakeč, ko se zon pokaže, se zasvetaš pa vse pismo. Lej, evo te, ki se outkiljajo, chat. No strat imajo.
I'm sorry.
What's going on here?
All right, so Vontrex and Jason, I would say the elephant in the pond or in the lake, the flopper in the room.
Okay.
These guys rolled in 0 eliminations, round number 3. Heal strat, majority.
Are you sure this ain't an arena game, bro? Did they just cut us off?
I'm not even sure, but they've got strats locked down. We'll tune in with them. That's just like a just in case.
Yeah, Vojksi, okay.
And there's only one in the zone. You know where the other one is healing off, so.
Yeah, well.
To je cringe, tako je pol jemlja spot enim, ker je strah, da pa se trudijo. Veš kaj, tako, pri Kreju je bilo fajn videti na začetku tako malo, pač da je drugač. Pri Kreju je bilo tako, pa triodiva to. Zdaj se mi zdi, te dva sta dejansko tako, rekel, pri tedih sem malo manj tako, ampak edini razlog za to je sam ta, ker te dva dejansko vsak dan igrata skrime, pa probata vaditi to, da imata čim boljšo strategijo, kako outhilati vse. Včeraj sem jih gledal, ki sta streamala. Ti sploh ne veš, kakšno strategijo imajo to Tenza. V primerjavi s Krejom sta one dva goda, tako pač še toliko boljša, še toliko večja strategija pa vse. Pa skrimi pa vse. 100 IQ, ja, Vojksi, vse to, vse.
The difference between 12th and what, 8th place overall was him finding.
Ampak ja, rata lahko hiter annoying, tako bomo rekel. Zato ker pač ni isto, ne.
That in your inventory, looking for it in the end game as well. It's huge.
I got some sneaky info, right? You know,
Grešal mečga Partizana, dosta v Albion zatopljena, že skozi. Kje si primaš Berdi, kako si? Saj je že Drgan, da jih ne mora čakati, se pametno, ja. Ja, Tenza, včeraj tako, ko sem gledal, eden tam luta pol skozi groto to naprej, ta drug gre pa v kola, ne, in gre dejansko tako pa vse v groto to, ne vem, 2-3 campari in na vsak campar mu da tako ene 2 flopperja, medmist pa medkite in pa gre naprej in pa proti campkatlu gre pa v vsak po camparju tam pusti še ekstra flopperje, medmiste pa medkite in je tako pač insane.
So actually, that's one of the reasons I wanted to.
Pa LOL tudi igra.
I feel like if things do go crazy,
Fuck, kdo igra LOL?
crazy in the business with what we just saw with TaySon and Chapix,
A
they would be the
Magical.
ones not to hold on.
A ja?
Yeah, and Nas is one of those players, right, who, when we got to see him play in person at Media Day, he is the most chilled out guy. Like, if you saw this guy playing the Cash Cup, you'd have no idea. You'd think he's just chilling, right? Like, this guy was just, he plays like leaned back in his chair for one. So, like, he just looks ultra casual. And then, you know, if you watch differences last season,
Znam za Čapik zdaj, neki srč sta dubla zaradi mali buke, sam po moje ne prav dost. Lih ene 150 tegov sta po moje dobila, ni bil niti 200, mislim da. Tako da TaySon pa Čapik rabta še dobiti lepe tege za srža. Oji srčne za serije sta goda, lahka. Mad Misty so god za outkill, definitivno, ker lahko. Sam zaradi Mad Mistov lahko to sezono, one dva toliko dolgo zdržita, zaradi tega, ker drugač ne bi mogel priti do drugega campfira, medtem ko z Mad Mistom, ne, pač ima 15 sekund se heala z Mad Mistom lahko v zadnjem zonu, pa laufa do drugega campfira, ne. Medtem ko z zadnjimi heali ne moreš laufati vmes. In se pozna.
You can see it with Aiden and Hardfan, right? They don't actually have any elimination, so I wonder what happened off spawn at Greasy if they even went there. Of course, there's always a possibility that they decided they didn't want to take that fight, or maybe they disengaged.
Ajde vidimo tale fight.
Try to get some update on that and see where
Kdo bo zmagal.
They are definitely another top team to watch out for.
Sem videl, da v Siren tle čist dol padel.
And if I for the moment with the third party also flying in across the lake, this is about to get really hairy. I don't even think they see it coming. Siren head off on the backside.
V kojem je pa to pobegnil model? Ok, ni jim pobegnil, never mind.
That's one big heal in, but now comes the pressure from the other side. Gravity might be down, but they have an entire new beast to fight.
No team tle.
Artskill and T-Chips. Definitely not a team you want to be dealing with at this stage. They've moved over this season, right? Not sort of landing...
Čaj, tole ti da heal. A ta ti da heal. Svah ni izgledal, kada ti da heal.
They haven't quite been the same sort of...
Res gami.
They were last season in these lobbies, but still... A very similar animal.
A res, Magical je dejansko dobro lalo. Ok. A to vas udotih tudi gro talenta, tam kot TaySon. Pome nimam, ker ni qualifyov. Ne vem, chat, aj Tomas, v kjero rundo je sploh Tomas prišel, a kdo od memberjev ve? Vem, da v finalu ni, ampak... Juško je rekel DM. Ok, se so že takoj.
A history, a little bit, a legacy built up. But I think this might be one of their first qual rounds where they have a chance to actually, you know, have a footprint in the lobby and not have their...
Tomas, ti na TV-ju v spredi, gor. Ja ne vem, a ne moreš dati sam tega dol? Ne vem, to mogo res uživo videti, Juško. Da imaš folijo čez tako drugo, pa da sam piše, da v spodi ne pilat, ne vem.
Just, you know, going for some of the...
You're throwing it back.
I'm throwing it way back, man. It
Ja,
started
odlepaš, ne,
there,
Juško.
going for some of the hardest off-spawn contestants, never switching, right?
Ne.
And just roughing through it. Now just, you know...
Zandy Joe, 920 above search, God search, tagi. Pa sam en rab umret zdaj za search.
It's a difficult box fight against, like, you know, the most cracked 13-year-old...
Verjeten sta une dva pol, pod searchom, une dva, kas out-healata.
Some people like the rush.
They got one with it too. That's the most surprising part. Like they survive. They're sometimes top 5. Like it's crazy.
Včeraj nista kvala, ok.
Can't knock it till you try it yourself.
True.
Dobar TV, Juško, pola.
449 above, playing edge. Nothing unfamiliar, right, in terms of...
Čaj, Vortex pa Jani sta spet umrla, ali kaj? Oh. No way.
Sneak up on teams. That's one of their sort of staples, right? They like to just...
Evo te dva, ki se healata, chat, evo ju. Še jedna sta below search.
I feel like Vortex and Janice end up doing that a lot too, but now you're wondering what was happening off of Swan and Greasy. They were taken down in 48, right? So that's definitely awesome.
Pa eni so še rebootal.
And then AD and Hardfine not having eliminations.
O moj bog. Koha metki to najdejo.
And then it go wrong.
Possibly, right? There were people talking about whether they would disengage.
Ja, une dva sta edine dva pod searchom, a ne? To je dosti slabo.
There's always a possibility, right? Players aren't bound to the POI and that they can switch things up. This is one of the awkward parts, right? You see Queasy and Hen, they're trying to run towards zone, but you see there's players around them, right? And these are the things that are just so awkward.
Meanwhile,
right? Without that. Meanwhile,
Sploh ne, če se bojo ubil model, da bo po 72, presežem. Ko vsi čakajo, ko so vsi above surge.
No car, that's what you and Reese were talking about specifically, right? Like no car on.
En je umrl? Ken je dobil enega.
So much more of a struggle getting towards these outside zones.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. It is one of those things where it will take time for people to adjust. I think in these lobbies.
Ja, Queasy še nok dobil, ja, one dva nimata več surge.
Playing a solo cash cup anytime soon. It might take a bit longer for players to adjust. Players forget, oh wow, I actually have to rotate. Maybe I shouldn't just fight everyone I see, you know? in these lobbies, it won't be as bad, I'll tell you that.
All right, let's see
En Queasy imata 2 killa, ni bad. Pa na that side sta. En team imata something gar.
Rotate for them. Look at how far they have to get to zone. It's actually really rough. Like, you can see they're watching their backs as well. They know there's players around. This is so difficult. Hey, chat, look, spam this cheesy to help Queasy. Am I right, Chai? Am I right? Am I right?
I don't know. Spam something. I mean, drop a. I don't know what they need. I'm at a loss for words. I wish.
Bush camping je god, chat.
Or something to help these guys out.
OP. Ne rabaš buildat. Folk te ne bo targetu, če ne vejo, da si not.
To I don't know what composition cars are made out of, but
chat can do anything.
True.
No doubt, chat can do anything.
Sometimes they do too much.
Ana Spink bo ta dobila killa še tle. To rapta Surge, prej sta zaradi Surge umrla. Ana Spink, če se notam. Ne, Hen pa Queasy sta zaradi Surge umrla, Ana. Pink je unkaj klačo full dog.
Yeah. So
classic Zeke, bro.
We actually have to keep it low key.
Easy Belugi, yo. Ajmo, igrado 5 lajkov. Jurija lajko podarim. Catwoman?
We like chat.
A Catwoman, pickaxe.
Hopefully.
Gami je dal kodo.
Would have bet on it.
El commentator.
Oh goodness.
Bože, obi, če te ne povozijo s tornakom. Ja, tukaj te zdaj ne morajo, ker jih ni več, Minti.
I see great potential, but a lot of the time them stumbling, falling. Why does that happen?
Zdaj več ima Čapik tudi pad, ama sam TaySon 2. Čapik sva tudi enega, log zdaj ne imamo Čapik, ama TaySon 2 ali enega. Log da sta si splitala. Jap, 3 pade imata spet, koliko prej, to je insane. A nista, 2 dropa sta drugač lotara, ne chat, v groto to.
Great fundamentals, I think, especially when it comes to firepower.
Niso 3, Ana.
Definitely have the ability to go out there, get a bunch of refreshes if needed, so we'll see how they fare in these games.
Ja, rib Gami.
It's top 5 though. It's going to be so tough just looking at some of these teams. Ukazi in there too. Fury, Brubak. On the left side, definite potential. And we always know there's 2 upsets. There's always those 5 teams that are the greats that everyone expects to roll in. But yes, these dark horses, the underdogs, they do have...
Gledaš en Hype Cup. Ja, Hype Cup gledamo.
Like, if Hen and Queasy have auto regen mats on, I have no idea how they still have any materials.
Šla bomo gledali tvoj Immortal Valorant gameplay.
They still have time to make a metal base. Like,
Ava zavdam se bodom. Mislim, ja, saš kaj je, folk gleda se ne bo zavdam kar zapelo v buš noter pa to. Kaj je tok stat, kad se boš sam gripu, če te oni začela streljati pa drugi, ja, veš.
Queasy knows that one like little thing sticking out the ground that he can hit for like 1,000 brick, you know?
Yeah.
They get the mats up. They get the mats up all nice. You can see he is down a bit, right? They have had to burn some, and I'm sure they'll look to try and get that back. You can see
Dejansko so jih podarili, ampak so se naprej skonektali.
Nobody was in it though. Well, things aren't looking too bad for them, I'd say, in this moment. They'll have an easy sort of way to get to the next zone.
Loj to model.
Oh.
Koliko najde na to healov, chat, to je insane.
I've actually never like seen
Jason je že umrl. Zdaj ne, če mu je Jason že zrihtul na campfire stvari, ali ne?
I think it's a big
Dejansko ne. Pa veliko shieldov ima še tle za Surge.
So for context, right, for people who maybe are a bit confused, these guys are going to just out-heal the zone. Shayo, they actually have like a mad heal strat where like they can like heal off for like almost 30 minutes on a good day, or like on a good game if they get lucky and whatnot.
Against Surge?
Like, yeah, against Surge, they're vibing, they're fine most of the time. They've been practicing. I'll give them credit, you know, I'll give them credit. They've been practicing a bunch. Like, they will grind this out for hours and hours every single day. They actually play in pro.
Vidiš, zaradi tega se mi ne zdi slabo, ker zdaj se ta pogovarjal. Kot sem prej rekel, te dva dejansko vsak dan po več ur vatata to strategijo. Pa v skrimih pa to. Oni ponad niso toliko vadali, ne? Te da imata res tako orange strategijo za heal off. A ja, zdaj je spet Surge. Zdaj je do top 50 Surge.
And my mind blanks because there've barely been any. I feel like this Surge is about to go crazy. 64 players. Some teams 700 damage above, others 100 below. Lowless once again caught off on the backside. And in 13 seconds, it's going to be disaster for him as that Surge Lightning will strike already caught off on the backside of his own. He's down, SC's gone as well. They've already been removed.
Zakaj kaže, koliko folka je še živega?
Barren desert, there's nowhere to hide once you start getting focused down.
Še 62. Še 62. Evo, Surge se je začel.
Yeah, you can see here for Xerox and Theko, they're down on Surge and so they need to hit.
O, tega sta bilo, a ni bilo, ali nisi rekel, da sta bila babli kar?
Which will be nice once movement zones.
Zdaj bi mnogo mapsa. A res ga mi, nice.
Still need to go down before the threshold.
Ok, te da sta dead.
Oh, that is rough. That is so rough. Ryzen and Painter.
No!
Ryzen wasn't even able to
Joreki. TaySon je dobil kill na Ryzenu, let's go. Let's go. Ne vem, kaj še njihov Surge, ampak...
TaySon was actually the one now to pick up Painter as well, so he doesn't even stay in the game. And they went for a power play that they thought was going perfectly. And just like that, they get taken out. Tough times.
O, te so bilo, a? Te li rabijo Surge. Nič ne zadanejo. Oh.
No way. That was so crucial for them. 100 damage below. Unfortunately, big misses, and now you'll see the cost of it.
They need to jump back into creative, maybe hit some of the aim training maps in there. I know a couple codes, lads.
Te da so dead. Te da so dead.
Only a tiny bit now below, but...
Te da sta bilo Surge pa še Unipol. Kvizi pa Hensta mislim, da oba dobila en kill, če se ne motam. A, tle Hena puša ta. Edison je že dead. Saj še unina v zonu sta bilo Surge. Kvizi je dead! Zdaj je Hen sam.
What's happening here? Same situation as swaps. Hen and Queasy. There definitely is a cost to moving towards the opposite side of the map from the POI you drop at.
Evo, Vontrek se še vedno. Master je outhillil cel Surge.
In this zone, the 5th to 6th moving. I mean, I just don't even understand. In this section, that's where Pink and Anos are the strongest, but Pink has to be able to, just like Hen, solo this one again.
And you can see Hen, he's looking up at high. I'm sure, you know, he's upset. He would have wished he could actually do something about it there. But you can see a max zone. He's going to have to try and recycle this pad at some point. He's got 4 floppers, which will allow him to stay in the zone a bit, wait for those players to use
it. Je še above Surge, tako da ni tako pad.
But this is really tough. The pad is an absolute lifesaver.
Does he have time?
But even then...
Mogel je padat, kaj ga en tam pušil. Nisem mogel hila. Šel je kar high.
And the floppers are huge. Wow, long shot, you can't just hold it as a solo here. He's going to have to
try. Yep, Hen dead. Ne vem, kdo ga je ubil. Pink je spet solo. DK je si on, ki ga je ubil. Joreki dead, oziroma knock-on.
23 teams in the game at the moment. He was able to get
Joreki dead.
Will he be able to match that or even do a bit better? And Nas will certainly hope so.
It's all about the mantles, all about making sure that whenever you knock on a box, you're not going to be doing...
Evo ga TaySon, 3 kille mata zaenkrat. Mata še vedno pad, tako da to je nice. Bad sniper, DKS se fajta da za height. Čebik se more healat. Staše je above Surge, tako da chillata. Mata launchpad.
And so they've got to make their move and quickly. You can see
Lep launchpad, na height maybe? Ne, ni, no tačno. Podrla bo to. Ovo je bog, TaySon, tu haj gameplay, podrla bo to height. To imate easy height? Ne, okej. TaySon se je odločil, da ne bo šel gor, okej. Bah ni ustrelil. Head sta šla pa height, okej. Evo, čaj, vidite, jaz tle ne bi šel head pa, jaz bi šel takoj height. No, tole je bilo veliko boljš. Tole je bilo veliko boljš. Spet pa ta height, drugo igro zapored.
But at least they're still in the game. At least they still have a fighting chance, and that's what they have to do here now that they've dropped down to the mid-ground layers.
They're trying to on the other side. There's
Bad sniper, DKS, rapta tle. Refresh rapta, nima to več velik healov. Mislim, mecov. Zdaj morata zmagat. Ma, že to, da prideš top 3, a veš, Tenza, ki si na hajtu lahko easy, je že kar orang. Ampak ja, valjda, če vinata tole je še god. Spamajo mi hajt? Ne, on je dodal spamata, okej. I drop dead.
They're ready to make it all the way to that last spot and get this VR.
Yeah, and zone pulling towards the north, back over towards Rocky. Means all these teams are going to have to keep on burning through the materials. It'll give TaySon and Chapix
Now, put the side dead. Yep.
Who barely snuck in. I believe they qualified through to this in 50 if they will go down.
Tole TaySon pa Čavik zmagata zdaj. Odvisen, no, ima bo spet mecov zmanjkala, ne. Edin to je odvisen.
He's going to be right in the sight lines of that high ground team. A long, winding road with no cover down below. As soon as you touch dirt, that's where the pressure starts to ramp up.
Noter prišel box, jolo. Ja, mislim, da tole zmagata. V spodi dosti folka skraft, se mi zdi.
As a result, everyone down low, no materials at all. Satan Dark is looking for their shot to have a little bit of low ground control, but they're not finding much at all.
But you can see how long it took.
Pa mislim, da bo ta zdaj kar veliko prednosti, kaj mali Buka bo niso dead, pa mislim, da tudi ostalih so bili so dead.
I'm sure TaySon and Chapix are laughing up above, right? They saw nobody even trying to build out to claim it. They know it's only a matter of time until their moment. They have to just stay connected. They can't afford to fumble it now, but if they can just stay up and really capitalize on what the rest of these teams are, they really have a chance of getting their revenge, getting a victory royale. Satan, Darkies, they'll have to do their best to stop it.
Da vidimo. Ampak TaySon Čapix. Oni se še outhhealajo slučajno. TaySon dead. Čapix, Čapix je dobil 2. Yep, on je še živ. On je še živ, ki se heala. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. Ja, umrl je, okej. Okej, dober. Kar drugi so bili oni z outhealanjem. Let's go, to je to. TaySon Čapix boljša kakor Thomas pa TaySon. Hvala Bogu je Thomas dropil TaySona. Ni bad. Vsi GG so chat. Let's go. Evo ga. TaySon Čapix na prvem mestu 93 pik. Drugo mesto Relvis pa Paradise. Krasti 73 pik, 20 pik v zadnji. Tega sta bila 2x3. Okej. Gross, Šico sta 3. Mali Buka Versal sta iz prvega mesta padla zdaj na 5. mesto. Top 5 igr drugače prej veliki finale. Ostalo jutro qualifier. Zakaj on vrgu 4 floperje? Drugač ne vem zakaj, ampak mislim, da itak ne bo mogel zmagati, po moje. Po moje, no, ne vem. Zdaj ne vem zakaj je vrgu. Na ziplineu se lahko healaš, a ne? Drugač. Ampak itak ne bi mogel zmagati, ker je bilo še preveč zona. Daj da vidimo, kjer je zdaj tale, ki sta outhealala. Pink Anas 15. DGS Bad Sniper 16. Kogi Klemen 19. Ajda bi reki 21. Ja, sem jo spustil že, čakaj. Evo ju! 17. sta chat. Ne bi imel pol več kilo, pa bi rekel, zon je bil, ja, se to. Itak je blasta na drugem mestu. Tako, sej, drugače, če pogledate za njo, a ne? Če vam pokažem za včeraj, glejte, če vam pokažem za včeraj, nobene igre nista zmagala, vse sta bila vedno druga. Tako da mislim, da je v teh lobijih je dejansko nemogoče za njo zmagati, ampak sta pa druga, lej. Bila sta druga, dvakrat druga, trikrat druga, štirikrat druga, petkrat druga. Pač ne morata zmagati očitno s tema, ne? Nemogoče je skoraj zmagati po moje za odhiljanjem. Ampak drugo mesto je insane, že na drug mesto da prideš. Ajš, lej, oni da imata zdaj 34 pik, top 5 je 59. Še eno tako od igrata sta že skoraj top 5, če tako gledaš. A še gledal jutra FNCS, seveda, jutra ob 3 je FNCS chat. Eto, vidiš, ko so bava shotgun in TaySon prvi, mislim, da ni to razlog. Jaz dejansko mislim, da TaySon pa čaj sta boljša teammate, kot TaySon pa Thomas. Ne, to se mi zdi. Lej. Ampak TaySon jezen na Thomasa, ki ga je dropal, pa zdaj full tryharda še bolj. Mogoče. Naslednja igra je čez 3 minute pa pol. 2 igri smo se enkrat videli. Če pa ti nisi kvalil. Se jutar je qualifier 2, veš? Mislim, da je to zato, ker sem napisal, da si zlom noge. Jaz mislim tudi, da je direkt to. Ej, grem jaz sam na vas, chat. Prva. Evo me? Okej. Bomo po... A ste naredili? Ste naredili, nice, okej. Ajde, vsi nesrečo čas za TaySon. TaySon za enega na prvem mestu 20 pik pred drugim. To je kar zelo dober. Tako da vsi gala v chat. Oziroma ne, vsi nesrečno. NS. Good luck, bad luck. Bala v chat. Nesrečno. To pomaga TaySonu. Tako da gremo nazaj na member only chat. Čez 5 sekund.
can we deal with them early on? But hasn't gone that way the first 2 games, and we'll see if it goes that way in the third.
Ja.
All right, let's see exactly what changes up because
Rip Weezy.
players have a few games under their belts now. They understand what the off-spawn drop looks like. They know exactly how stressful the end game can be. Can TaySon and Chapix be stopped on height? Will Vontrax continue to heal?
Dvakrat zapored.
Oh, spoiler alert.
TaySon Chapix dvakrat zapored imela hajt.
Every single game. So. Back over to Greasy. This is very interesting. You can see they've not even landed yet and they're getting shot.
Janis Fortes bodo spet off-spawn umrla, ne moram verjeti. Ne moram verjeti.
Path when it meant that the team over that side landed before them, were able to pick up a weapon, and that's made this fight so difficult there.
That was just so clean from ADN to put down the pressure that's only available this season as well.
Ne moram verjeti, da v Grizi sad dva tima landata, pa vsi landajo na eno bajto. 3krat zapored sta umrla od njiju off-spawn takoj. Benji Savage sta vsaj še živa.
But again, Aiden and Hardfind putting in the hard yards and winning off that fight. It'll be interesting to see whether or not an adjustment is made as we head into the next couple of games, because after going down off spawn a couple times, right, that can really affect your momentum.
Malibuka je spet dead.
Makes you question certain things maybe you should
Mislim, prej bi umrl Staš, no zdaj Malibuka. Staš je na koncu umrl!
For how much longer? Because
no
he
way!
gets taken down as well. So, Anas in pink.
Sem mislil, da tole zmagal.
That fight off spawn without the help from TaySon and Chapix this time round.
PaySafe-om, zamudil si drugo mesto, pa zmagal od TaySona. Zaenkrat.
An unfortunate day for them with some of the issues they've had in the previous games.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about an awesome
Ampak Vizi se fajta ta. Hen je low!
Let's see if it's a possibility in this game. And
Vizi tudi bolj low.
Some trouble here so far. Low HP totals on both. We see if they can really rock in.
Oh, okay. Jučko, TaySon na prvem mestu za 20 pik. Zaenkrat.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like these guys have got zone. Very unfortunately. We talked about on the desk, right? They talked about how that's actually
Slash in imaš takoj 200 HP-a. Kaj, kje je to, Grog? Kje je to?
Same guy, you know? Just same guy, just different countries, you know?
Aj se šteka sta Hempa Kvizi, ali kje? Bog je Clement se vikla dobila 2 kila.
In the community, I swear.
Someone called Root? Yeah. I must not know the community well, mate. Don't know any Roots. So.
Oh, we keep rocking.
Vontrax je dead, unedvak se heal opata. Ja, vid Krenker, pozdaj, bi se da najprej hvali, ljubi za vid Krenkerja. Pozdaj nazaj, biste, kako si? Hvala ti za support. Če Malibuka začel igrati plan, pa sem kdaj on začel igrati, pojmanjam. A ja, to, Rog, Grizi. Ja, pa vseen. Da, zapored obrata off-spawn, pa cel Grizi, se imaš dosti shieldov, preden to vodi spušajo.
You always get that sort of leeway where it's like, oh yeah, man, you would have done so well, but you had like 7 teams contesting you, man. It's like, oh man, you ain't really got anyone there today. What can you guys do?
No, because then the excuse is now we're used to having, you know, 4 teams.
Ja, TaySon pa Chapix.
Yeah.
We can't do much.
The odd classic. We'll see though. I'm back in the French boys. Another duo that I actually got the pleasure of meeting. Floki doesn't speak great English, but he agreed to teach me French if I teach him English. And now we have a bond that can never be broken.
Sure, I was trying to find a way to break it, but that's a pretty solid bond, yeah.
It's a solid, bro.
That's a pretty solid bond.
It's foolproof,
Good
bro.
trade deal, good agreement, yeah.
So I'm gonna be rocking up next time around, speaking French, as long as nobody minds. So.
Very nice.
Mislim, Nixon, jo, ko je TaySonov prvi je.
Stop copying my flow, bro.
Danes TaySon pa Chapix full dober igrata, full dober.
But you have such a nice flow, man. I just got it, you know.
It's alright, bro. I understand. We've just hopped around to like.
Ja, mi ne prodajte.
Floki came in, and the XSP's now at politicized nazi.
I was about to say, I was like.
Jučko, rekel sem ti, da odlepa, ne? Lepo odlepaš.
Alexis Nazi straight up. I got some nice flashbacks.
Honestly.
Let's look at their fight. They also had a very rocky day starting off so far. Put aside though that last game, I mean, we saw the eliminations he had, the big edit open as well, that window, 54 points total. They brought it back in that last end game, and now they're slow rocking.
Yeah, 7th place ain't too bad, considering...
Juško, ne vem, napiš ta ime tvojega TV-ja, pa how to remove a sticka. Da vidiš. Da ne vem, jaz bi mogel živo videti, da vidim, kako imaš to.
But to be here now, and to be impressing, actually does match the trend, right? Podesize this season's been really impressive. Very much surprising people in terms of, he's obviously been someone that's been around the scene for a while. His performance has started to dip for a bit, but this season, he's brought it back a bit. We'll see if that continues today.
Ukazi, Andy, and Joe as well. Under pressure, I feel like, is where these two just perform. But also, the fight for high ground, I feel like, in terms of endgame, is where they see a majority of their points actually roll through. Against TaySon and Chappiks,
te lendajo tle čerke bo z Wolfom Vendale jutr. Je bo fajn pol malo pogledati, da malo vidimo.
Never really see Zandy and Joe fighting for it. They kind of just start with it and hold on defensively the entire time. It's just, there's too many tough teams that are so good at that high ground fight.
Ja, v kadrih varčih ne rabaš. Ja, to je Coca-Cola Zero Tenza, what do you mean? Zaradi Coca-Cola Zero se nož sredo. To je glava na men. Ne pomeni, da je zdaj zdravo, ampak ne boš se zaradi nje zredo. Zaradi nje zredo pa definitivno ne bi zdaj v prvih 2 tednih challenge-a zgubo 4 kile.
Things are hectic, everyone's sort of adjusting to where the new zone pulls. For these guys, Queasy and Hen, it's obviously been tough. The nature of the way the zones have played have meant that they can't maybe exert that control the way they'd like to in these games, having to sort of traverse throughout the whole map to get there.
Hank mislim od spet odtirati zone.
Standoff, still over towards Sleepy.
Juško, kaj mi to pošiljaš?
That zone is, yeah. As you mentioned, towards that south side a little bit as well.
Kaj sploh piješ to, zato ker mi je všeč? Okus?
For the duo, Shyzone and
Zakaj ne bi pil Voxy?
One good game followed by another consistent one. Gonna be seeing if they can actually just hold on to the top 5. I feel like some of these qualifications do come off some nice game 1, game 2s into playing consistently, and that is what...
Juško, sam pogledal, kaj je naredim s tem? To je sušijo videti, daj da kar takole vidim. Pa kako, Voxy?
Good job of getting to those end games consistently. We'll see if that trend continues.
Kaj ti ni jasen? Kaj ni ti jasen, kako se ne moreš zrediti zaradi Coca-Cola, ali kaj? Zakaj Zero se moraš zrediti? Zato, ker preprosto, ni kalorij. Pač edini razlog, zakaj se lahko zrediš, so kalorije. A, če imaš šit okus? Ne, meni ima Zero veliko boljši okus. Meni ima Zero veliko boljši vkus, kot kar navadna. Ne maram navadne Coca-Cola več, odkar Zero pijem. Res. Vse Zero mi je boljši vkus zdaj. Juško, iz tega ne moram vedeti, kako daš to nalepko dol, imaš čez cel screen nekaj, kad daš dol, ali sam tam. Ko naj ti povem? Ja, Juško. Ali kup ti PC Game Pass, pa lahko različne game igraš na streamu. Prije piva pa NBA, pa tako, ko pride ven. Ja, a ni Game Pass to unkaj kao Xbox ali neki? A je to na PlayStationu na novo stvar?
How is it when it comes to TaySon and Chappiks specifically in this round of qualifiers?
Meni ima tudi veliko boljši vkus Zero, že to je presladko skor. Ja, pač, tako je s Čikpo, dejansko, odkar sem začel Zero pit, ne moram navadne več pit. Tako, ful mi je presladka, ni mi dober. Res. Ne, meni je všeč, no. Drugač, Diet Coke mi je najboljši. Samo v Sloveniji ga ni. Ja, Juško, piše, da spremljaš na cel ekran, ampak verjete ono v spodi, ne vem. Poglej, če imaš pri robu, če imaš čez bezel neki naliman. Ne id prav tam, kjer je ekran, ampak tam, kjer je okol, čist pri robu. Limonina jača. Limonina tudi ni bad, ja. Jaz pa piješ samo avtogas, misliš, jaz pa pijem, si hotel reči. Jaz tako, načeloma vodo imam vedno tle, a ne? To skozi pijem čez dan. Coca-Cola zdaj so dobro, tle sem si prinesel, ko mi malo zasedel, sem tudi tam pojedel. Ene piškotke sem imel. Ti piškotke so to god, drugače čet. To je ta bolj zdrava verzija. Tako, v enem paketku so 4, toliko da imaš neki. Drugač pa, kadar jem mi ful paše, da pijem nekaj z okusom, no, namesto vode, ne vem. Kadar jem mi je ful bedno vodo pit. A pa ne jem juško.
Yeah, well, the most impressive thing for them is like, even if they do well today, they've essentially played 12 games, whereas everyone's played 6. In terms of pressure, in terms of journey, like, that is so...
Sprite najjači. Sprite že dolgo nisem bil. Sprite pa tudi zero, varianto, to vem.
Yeah.
A distant traveled stat would be great. I'm sure they'd be high up there in the distance traveled.
Kaj Wolf, te pa njih obratno, kaj ješ imaš rajš vodo, drugač pa nekaj z okusom. Zanimiv. Jaz pa lih tako, lih kaj jem, imam rad nekaj z okusom še zraven za spit. Ej, by the way, Wolf, 6 iger je dan, zmotil sem se. V polfinalu je prvič 5. Sprite nima sladkore, ja. Ja, ne, imaš 2 Sprite-a, Wolfa, ni. Isto imaš Zero Sprite pa običan Sprite.
And a lot of passiveness just passed off spawn for a bunch of teams. TaySon and Chapix boxed up the entire time. Similarly, about 20 other teams are doing the same thing. It's tough for any of these free walkers to find any tags on anyone else.
Ja ne vem, jaz vem, da... Probal sem tako, kot še mesec nazaj, Sprite, Zero. Prav kubo sem unga, ki je Light se imenuje, mislim, da Sprite Light se imenuje, če se ne motim. Aj TaySon jih kar kill dobo. Jo, Sebo, zdaj me prihvali, ljubi za Sebo, kako si Seba? Pozdravljen.
Something because
is there a grass emoji?
He needs what?
Spam this grass to help an ass.
You're so American or North American.
Man, you guys don't have grass in the UK?
Well, okay, I'm British, so well, I'm Southern British, so I say grass, so it doesn't really work, you know.
An ass, grass.
If I was maybe like from up north in the UK, maybe I'd say grass, so it'd work.
Yeah.
Scram this grass to help an ass, but it just from where I'm from, bro, in London, it don't really work. I'll be real.
Could steal a page from Boop's journal and just go spam this sync to help an ass in pink.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that works.
That works. That works, guys. That works.
Pač po moje jo moraš malo bolj na orang da dol, Juško, ne vem. Če je tu pa se Tenza naj danes na zik srčat. Oni po moje tak boomer, kaj ti. Hen je dead, Kvizi je sam živ.
Running off with this one while using up. Yep, there it is, the first one, because they're going to be a 4 pre-edit, doesn't even matter. Auto shotgun is rolling. Who is down? Ryzen is just chomping, stomping in.
Ryzen je dobil 2 killa tukaj, holy. A lahko rezat imajta.
That's gonna be tough.
Ne bom mogel.
Last time when those pre-edits were active to get these guys into boxes, the reason that Ryzen actually went down is Payna picked up his knocked body, threw him at a wall that he needed to build, but it was his pre-edited wall. And he went right through.
Yep, Kvizi je dead.
TaySon picked up the elimination, so you have to make sure to reset those pre-edits as you rock in. Kvizi gonna head next to a reboot van.
Kvizi ni šans da pride v zone.
Hen is down.
Ja, se že čaka.
Still walking around, was at 200 HP and got beamed and has to spend all his metal to try to get in. This is so sad for our previous FNCS winners.
It's painful, man. It's honestly painful. Like, there's just not much they can do there. They just get held, right? They are so deep, they have to travel
Juško, go naravno iz forta.
They just get held in.
Dost več, ko si mi proja, what do you mean? Support the creatorcode.
Yeah, it's so tough for those guys, man. I really feel for them. They're just getting unlucky with zones, you know, it happens.
Maybe leave early, leave some loot behind, but you always have that process, the embedded way to loot your POI. It's going to be so tough to even try to make a call to rotate early. I have no idea how the map even moves. There's always, you know, those chat analysts.
Nisem videl, ama ta TaySon pa Čemis kakšen kill zdala.
There's so many different things that are taken into account.
Ja, ni res,
and are
Juško.
so different when you mess up with the timings.
Ana, spring show bada živa? na 10. mestu. Top 5 igre naprej v finale, če top 5. Ne bo zadnji stisnete like, gremo do 600, ajde, vsi zdaj stisnete like, gremo na 600. Gremo! Pri 1000 lajkih gibavojamo Catwoman pickaxe. Gami je dal kodo. Savage! Vsi so poznali, da Savage pa Benji igrata, ker sta prve dve igre ospawn umrla. Savage je dubo nok.
Oh my goodness.
That go down, so they're active. I think the one main thing about Benji and Mr. Savage, especially in FNCS qualifier rounds, around 4s, they might not make 4 of the games, right? Towards endgame. The 2 they make are the most banger games from a duo you see, right? Like, and they have so many points, it feels like they've played 8. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Of course, like, you know, as anybody does, I've watched quite a bit of Benji this season, and you know, his technical levels are still just so high in terms of what he can do in game, right? Mechanically, it's almost unfair.
Zakaj sta Hilofera dobila ben? Kaj Hiloferja? Saj nista dobila bena, kva seba? Hiloferja sta umrla. Vsi ste dobila bena, kva? Ne, bi jaz vedel.
We know what Savage's intuition is like.
Kje si videl, da sta ben dobila?
And so yeah, I think I'll be spamming my cabbages in the chat for Savage as well.
So we like to hear. DKS going down, so they should have like a morale boost right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they're celebrating right now.
They're gonna be looking good.
Hoče videti loot od TaySona Čebixa, no? Ne vem, a sta dobila spet volt ali ne. Eni je ubil tu igro, to vem, ja. To vem.
If this is another good game for them, it might solidify the
top. Sam se je rekel, kao da sta dobila ben.
Yeah, that's going to be really huge. They've done brilliantly, of course. 4 eliminations already at this point in the game is huge. Don't have to worry about Surge.
Pogledaj tweet od Vontrex, bom pogledal pol.
I don't know if they had a pad, I can't remember. I don't think they did.
Razen, če ga je spet kogar takrat v Rusi, ka en streamer reče, ne vsi reportaj tega pa so bili banani, dokler pa so jih polam banali.
Same could be said for these guys in terms of the fact that, you know, contesting off spawn at Greasy means that they don't know. Technically, even though they've done really well, and they've basically been bossing it there, next game, they might not get to play it out, right, if they go down on spawn. So you really have to make use of your games when you get contested. They actually do have a vehicle, and so I'm sure some people will know, wait, Levin, I thought you said vehicles were taken out of the game. How do these guys have a vehicle? At Greasy, there is a Lambo that's actually just sort of like broken down, right? It looks broken down, but if you chuck some Chonkers tires on it, you can actually use it. And so...
Jureki je 106 below Surge. Ok, ne, 73 above, never mind. Ampak še vedno ne bo dosti tole.
Yeah, with the chonkers. You like to see it. Hopefully he gets to survive and
Skon se relvi sle fajta. 290 sta bila below. Čakaj. TaySon pa Čebik sta komi nad Surgeom. Tole je mogoče prva slaba igra od njiju, če bo Surge zasral. Spet folka mora. Čebik se dobo kill, ok, nice. Oziroma vsaj finish, no ne vem, aj kill ali ne. Čisto odvisen. O moj bog, tale god. Krusty god. Krusty je 1v2 jih. No way. Pa sem imel zraven teammate, ampak vsem.
They're melting. They're still in the zone.
Yeah, they gotta get into the safe zone. There is a pathway to be had, so they'll build in. But really nice stuff.
Viko je še živ kot solo.
Now watching exactly where we are in terms
Jučka sam naučil uničil.
very similar to last game.
Naučil uničil CTV, jaz sem to pazil.
It's the south side desert and when you're on low ground.
Ali ni več Surge, mislim, da TaySon in Čebik sta oba preživela, ne? Sanema je Udo Čebik zdobil sam finish ali je dobil prav kill? Savage, Benji tu če oba živa, do 32. mestu. TaySon je dobil Clementa, ga je knockal, nice. Ko to je še ekstra Surge.
Every time Benji and Savage survive, no one else is allowed to play from Tilted.
Reki, I drop, dubla drop.
Drop and Jerky. We've gotten an airdrop as well. This is going to be huge for them to open up possibilities of a pad. Many other goodies. The heals they desperately need right now. I think Drop has a 50 pot to pop. Yep, it's right there and it's good.
Se zdaj sta dubla pad, ne?
You can hear the cars rub up. You can see the pads fly from the top side.
Yep, I drop ima zdaj pad. Ampak očitno... Ok, skor sta noter.
And they're almost into the zone.
Če Biggz TaySon še oba živa. Divno, če bo ta tretjo igro zapored lahko pol hajt vzela, Pink je dobil kill. Nema je TaySon dobil finish ali ne, to nisem zihar. Si našel rešitev in kaj je bila tem za rešitev?
On one side, that's a high ground team that really wants it. All the way towards the top, the bottom. Biggz and TaySon are there. You know, they're going to be going for height as well. In the middle is Andy and Joe. They have a chance to
še harpunoma, to je god.
All around the circle. All these height teams. Up in skyscrapers. Wherever the zone pulls is who gets control first. And that is going to be the top side.
In ko daš lahko dol, sam pač probaš, ali kaj?
They will be padding what seems like all the way last and already Biggz and TaySon.
SLO, da sem tudi to jaz imel, ne spomnim se, sam mislim, da nisem imel na temu.
They might have not been the first visitors, but they're ready to play and join the
party. Starega se pa ne spomnim. Mata 2 killa, Biggz ima en pad, nisem videl, a ima TaySon 2. Če ima, je to spet god, spet 3 padi. Dobra sta moving zone, kar je zelo dober.
We saw how they did it in game 2 when everyone padded. They took some.
A Savage je dobil kill, okay, nice. Nisem videl. Prve 3 time nam kaže. Drugi tim je zdaj sam še 16 pik v zadnji, ker imajo 5 kilo že to igro. Če Biggz TaySon pedata. Gledam, če bo ta spet hajt probala vzet. TaySon je dobil kill. Ne mora ta hajta vzet, ni šans. Pink pa Kvizi ima ta ekstra high ground. Mam jim tudi ta streamlaga. Ne, Benji je Biggza ubil. Ja, lik takrat, kad Benji prije naprej ubije Biggza ali pa TaySona, okej. TaySon je zdaj solo chat. Savage je nokan, Benji tudi solo zdaj. TaySon se fajta low. Jureki se bori zdaj za hajt. A bo ostal na hajtu. Pink Anas gre ta naprej. A hajt sta šla in bo ta po moje sam gor šla. Vedar kvada z Wolfom, upam, Jelking. Mava zdaj drug plan mava zdaj. Sam nisem toliko navajen na tam dropa, to je edin problem.
They're not pressuring him enough. They're allowing him to just chop it. And if they continue, they might have it for themselves. Are we going to see a bit of a Nas?
Čekaj, TaySon še živ, nisem videl.
Right now, Pink's the one doing the big damage. And then Nas can actually take it down to wood, but that'll be
Ajdro, nokan. Zdaj me, če bo TaySon... Ja, TaySon je še živ. Ajde, TaySon, čim bolj klači, to je dostanete na prvem mestu. Zdaj je že prišel v top 12, kar je dober. Že neki pointov, ampak ne neki full. Evo ga, TaySon. 3 kile še vedno mata. Amo TaySon. Ajde, klačaš to.
And so this will be his chance to show why everyone
to nema še loot.
with that title.
Nice.
He's still alive and still getting a few eliminations all the way on low ground. Shizo finally going down, but his teammate also still up. So many high point.
Mora paziti, ker nima white killov. Prši že top 8, tole je zelo dober. Ajde, imate same kille, TaySon pa Biggz. Ja, te dva imate 10 killov, lej to. Te dva imate 10 kilo, te dva ju bota prehtela zdaj, ne? Ja, se sta ju prehtela. Ker je 7 kilo, to je 21 pik. One dva imate sam 3, skor sta jih prehtela. TaySon je zdaj dead, ja. TaySon zdaj dead. A, dober. TaySon je dober zdržal zdaj, le. Dober je zdržal. Te imate kar 10 kilo model. Ampak bota te dva zdaj, še vedno sta na drugem mestu, vidim. Ko ni jih še prehitil. O moj bog. No way. To ni dobil finiša, dober je. Ni dobil finiša.
drops down, trying to pick up these final eliminations. It's been such a clean game for them, round after round.
Ja, ping pa nas. 6 kill win, igra številka 3. Ajmo vsi GG so chat, TaySon je, hvala Bogu, pa vsaj ima top 8 ali koliko pršel. Tako da je mačkan klačil, da sta še dubla pike. Tako da vidimo zdaj. TaySon, Biggz, ja, še vedno sta na prvem mestu, ampak samo za 1 piko. Glos pa Šico sta, zdaj sta imela 10 killov, četrto mesto, 10 killov je insane. To je sami skilli 30 točk. To je insane. 7 sta bila. Povas, lejte to, chat. 40 pik v spredi. Insane. Oziroma, ja, 35 ali koliko? Insane. Kaj bo Rusov kvače dobil od denarja? Teza, se če si odpre račun iz Catergate, lahko dobi. Kaj pijem? Vsebuje vitamin C. C9? Ne vem, ima C9 vitamin C. Pa spada pod fruktal. Ne vem, pomarančna sok, kva ima vitamin C. A ja, eni pravi, da je bil Hilafa res banan, kao, sam ne vem zakaj, čakaj. RojXs. Ali kva ima? Ne. Kako ima Twitter, chat? Kako ima Twitter on? Čaj, da vidimo še druge. Aja, lekaj je res sam 49 timov. Prav banan je bil. RojXs 02. Ne, Vojksi, ni. Kva je to? To ni. To je nekaj drugega. To je nekaj za partije, da vidim, kje so partije v Sloveniji. Ja, ne zastopam nemško. Kar 7 Jurjev folka je imel. No way. Sam ne vem, zakaj je bil banan. Sej lauda je ponastreč ban, chat, pa ga bo Epic Games sam banil. Ker dvom, da bi bilo karkoli tasga. Ne moš biti diskvalificiran za heal-off. Ni šans, da si za heal-off banan, what? Pa bi bilo bolj, če bi že pred finalom, ne? Diskvalificiran je bil. Zakaj je bil diskvalificiran? Ne zastopam. To bi mogel oni narediti pol včer, ne danes. Ker s tem pol en tim ni prišel, ne? Vojksi na seriji. Ne vem, kaj se je zgodilo. Ja, ker to ni skill. Mislim, drugačen skill. Ne bom rekel, da ni skill. Bom rekel, da ni fair, mogoče. Ampak glede na to, kako oni praktisajo to, ti moraš vedeti, veš, kako imajo oni to v glavi poštudiran, kje vse more polutati, pa kam iti, pa to, da lahko dejansko priješ na drug mest. Kar probi sam, pa boš videl. Jo, izgapi za nje, zame tudi da me prihvalili bi za izgapija, jo. Ne vem. Lej, vsi spamajo. Čaj, da vidimo, če kaj naredi to pametnega. Imagine, da nijo banajo, uneka pa z eno uporabljajo, pa ne, sorry. Pač, kaj je več dokazov, da hackajo nekateri. Če pa to naredi Epic, pa so pa propadali. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so jih res banali? Ja, banan je bil, sam ne vemo zakaj, a ne? Lahko da jih je folk sam reportu. A so j Vsaj zastopil Nemška, ne? Kva? Pa ni, folk ima tle to knune pravi, Epic Gamesu mogoče bilo všeč, da so na streamu, na broadcastu bili drugi. Človek. To nima nobene veze. To je del igre, to mora Epic Games odstraniti, ne sem, da so probali, ampak ne more pa kar banat folk, what? Prevod, evo, TaySon je dal prevod. Vaša ekipa je bila diskvalificirana iz turnirja, ki je v teku, ker je bil diskvalificiran eden ali več članov ekipe. Vse nagrade, ki si jih je prislužila, ta ekipa so bile odstranjene. Se pravi, dejansko ni obrazložila, zakaj sta banana, okej. To je edini post. Še minuto imamo. Po mojem tle ne bojo o tem govorili, ni šans. To mi je zelo zanimivo.
Reason, ey.
Yo, Digga. Gewandt wegen Harvard, Digga, ja, Mann.
Wahrscheinlich, Digga.
Digga, wir wurden instant nachgewandt, als ob das können die gar nicht hören so schnell.
Varial, Free One-Tricks.
Varial, getweetet.
Ja, besser ist es auch, nämlich.
Vse zastopam. Kva, zakaj pa ne od Benja pogledam? Ja ne, to bom spoilan, zihar, to ne bom gledal Benja. Klav, da bom spoilan. Aj, noč folk, vsi gala v chat za TaySona ali pa Bla, kar mislite, da bo dal več sreče? Gala ali pa Bla v chat, zdaj ne bomo šli na member only chat. Ajde vsi, gremo v igro številka 4. Lik na pol smo danes TaySon na prvem mestu z 1 piko vod. Tretje mesto je v zadnji 35 pik, tako celo igro, tako da... Razne je dobro igro. Pa ne pozabiti stisniti lajka, chat. Pa ne pozabiti shareati, pa ne pozabiti uporabljati kode ScorpLZ, šal, s tem res ful pomagate. Tako da, če bomo spet slučajno prišli na Jure 500 supporterjev, bom spet začel delati giveawaye. Drugač ne, zdaj je tako slabo. Prejšnji mesec smo prvič, odkar streamam bili pod 1000, tako da... Ona mi je v dial, kdo je to napisal?
It'll be south zone. Same thing here, actually. I'm just getting word. If Aiden and Hardfind go down first, south zone. If they win, north zone. Simple.
Okay. Well, then it's definitely.
Uran, zato ker nesrečno, ugotovili smo, da nesrečno folk pomaga folku. Evo, da vidimo, če Janis celo preživi, zdaj je off-spawn. Ne, okej. Janis je 4 igre zapored umrl off-spawn.
They're making it look effortless and Vortex as well.
Ne moram verjeti. 4 igre zapored. Savage Benji tutu badva dead. GG. GG. Okay, TaySon, okay.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Oh, musko imam, čakaj, sorry.
You know, I'm split between the middle here, right? You know. Big fan of Hardfun and ADN, one of the few UK duos left still kicking it. And Janice and Vortex. Janice is quite literally my teammate, you know. That's that's my duo partner, do you know what I mean? So to see him not doing well, it's rough. But those guys will go down again, and the British boys will be bouncing right now. They have just been rolling off spawn so far. TaySon, čevi sta zdaj že druga. One dva sta očitno že dubla kill, pa sta zdaj v spredi. Šizo. Prejšnjo igro sta imela res full killov. A se nima veze, chat. TaySon ne rabi biti prvi. Važno je, da je top 5. Kar pa zaenkrat kaže... Ne, po mojem, še eno dobro odigrata, pa sta top 5, po mojem, ostanata. Pa top 5 igri naprej v grand finale. Put the team on his shoulders right now.
Benji je tweetal, da jih ne bi smel banat. Okej. Mislim, ja, mene čujem, da so jih banali. To se mi zdi glupo. Pač, ne more jih banat zaradi heal-opa, če... Sam ne onemogočijo to, a ne? Ali ne vem. Ali pač... V pravila napišejo, da pač tole smeš delati, samo to mi je... Tako, no. Se to ni glitch, a ne? Maja nabizem, da glitchov ne smeš delati. Pa pored, da bih to mogel že včeraj, a ne, zato da bi bilo pač 50 timov danes. Zdaj pa en tim sploh ni, a ne, noter. Abby! They banned the heal-off guys.
Maybe they're waiting for TaySon and Chapix to do something. I'm not sure what the angle is here from this duo. There's no way you're going to be able to survive and do much down below. I was saying maybe close range is a good option because Versace has no SMG ammo, but that's there now. Pink trading a few damage shots, and now two teammates on both sides are down on low HP. Pink finally knocked. Versace super low. The siphon coming in from Malabuka, so okay, there's the...
Pač, kolikor mi ni všeč heal-offanje, a ne, ko vzame spot enemu, ki res pač se full trud. Še vedno... Še vedno ni pošteno, da si kar tako banan, a ne? Malibuka 2 killa, Malibuka bo spet dead. Malibuka z enkrat sam eno dobro igro odigral. Abby, when are you coming home?
So painful, man. Like Shio said.
Oh, TaySon je tiskaj tle dobil Malibuko, nice! Še vedno so na drugem mestu, tako da on je da se očitno dobila 2 killa.
And it's just wraps like, oh wow, well.
That's just, man, like, it's the same thing that was happening at Tilted, right? Like, DK's bad sniper looting up, Mr.
God loot, mata.
Over and over again.
Alej, TaySon uporablja dejansko ne triple heal, ampak AR, pampa plus SMG.
And Chapix went out of their way to come here and go for those elims. I mean, it's just too much.
God loot, mata, ja, full dober loot, mata. Ja, teda sta dobila 2 killa, ja, teda sta zdaj prva.
That just is what happens sometimes, man. Fortnite.
Yeah, I had some slight confusion a little bit because I saw Malabuka pick up the elimination onto a Nos. But that's just because
pušajo jih.
As a result, though,
nice.
that 2-point difference.
Zakaj? League Fighter se pol pokaže replay, no? O moj bog.
Look at the difference in skill ability and narrative for this one. They just land in these landing diff landmarks.
Sad te so jim res free kill dal zdaj, čet, kaj je bilo to? Gabi, skoro znaka napisal, ampak... Okej.
They have been very impressive. Not a team that's vying for height, right? And so, you know, we don't see them necessarily...
O, šla sta naprej. Joe dead? Oh, 1v1 tukaj imamo. It's a 1v1 situation for Kidu and Zandu. Da bi kdo tole zmaga.
To make his journey to his second FNCS, made his first one last season, finishing in 6th. And maybe he's gone on
God, pump shot. Pumpe so zdaj močnejše, tako da... GG. Uf, shit on. Z enega je shitu.
Flixi and Kiduo will be wiped out by my guy Ziandi.
Jaz se izvlačam vse tri, sploh zdaj, ko sta SMG in Shotgun broken. Ja, dost folka ima še vedno dvoje, ker 3 heali so zelo pomembni, a ne, tako dost pomembni, no. Ker tle si full tagan zaradi surge in vse. Ko to pušata? O, Floki prejel hard damage. O moj bog! Un solo klača! What? Master jih je solo shitu! What? No way!
What a play.
What?
What a play.
No way! 1v2-ju jih je. Ni malo šans, da bi smel imeti. To pa ta shotgun zdaj. Ker ne sam, če bi v prejšnjem shotgun jih ne bi mogel tako. Imagine, da še te dva ubije, ma ni šans. Evo, dead je. Ampak vsem. 6 pika pa 6 pika, I guess. Te da sta prve pike dubla zdaj le, chat.
But it takes a lot of fuel to be able to do that, right? In terms of personal prowess and shots. That was a nutty pre-fire on the Clement on the back, and then I don't know why they just didn't both take the fight 2v1. I mean, maybe just a little bit of overconfidence and the damage done. Maybe weapons weren't loaded completely on the side of Floki and Clement, but I mean, Max Train just gives us a nice little highlight reel in the early game. Also, Sanctuary fights. Thoughts on them, Love?
Zakaj ima kdaj toliko na glas to fajtanje? Ta game.
You see, I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Big trouble. And I prefer not to be in trouble. So I prefer not to speak.
Da podaj imel tale voltle.
Find anything useful in terms of an advantage in this POI. It seems like it takes so long. Usually the fights we see here never go well for either player, but for Hype and JJT, they're rolling in and quickly actually find a drop. One quick pickup. This is where things can get super delayed though. The setups, the roundabouts, the mazes can be tough to decipher. Sometimes you can just brute force the password though. That's exactly what Hype does.
Še nov tim prihaja? Vsi so tle?
It's really fast.
Yeah, I like that approach a bit more, you know.
Ta Kido zdaj igra na mestu Vortexa, ker sta bila... Aja! Čaki! Se pravi, dejansko je en tim prišel zdaj noter, ker sta bila une dva banana. What? Tak je klaču. No way. Čakaj, res? Ne vem, zakaj sta bila unega banana. A se vera dejansko čite ali kaj, za Warhacka, kje so White Hilli ali kaj, ne vem. Da vem, a jeste kaj se mi ne zdi fair? Epic Games bi mogel da sporočil, zakaj so bili banani. Ne moreš biti ti kar banan, pa nimaš razloga zakaj. Paša je to je tako ful neumno.
A few eliminations before that end game really starts, but maybe it's Surge, maybe it's their overall position, the lack of pads even to have them in trouble converting their positions and the placements overall.
Eno igra se odigrala.
Yeah, and they let some squeeze.
Ja, to zdaj, ja.
Necessarily had the best of days so far, but definitely a team that people will be expecting to rise up. Of course, one of the typical.
No, če ne drugega dobita Series točke, ne? Hvala bo, da bo težko iz tega, ampak dobita Series točke.
Always the back half of events, the back half of tournament days, where he starts to rise. And we've reached that.
Res ne vem, zakaj sta bila diskvalificirana. A misliš, da so jih kao diskvalificirali, zato ker je Flopper je stran vrgel? Kao, nisi igral po najboljših svojih močeh. Kao, da bi mogel vse Flopperje tam usati. Imagine? Imagine?
Like, Mustache Malabuka, really powerful low ground team, not there this game. Picking a Nas, the tempered high ground, not going to be a possibility either. So a lot of these teams looking to have a bit more room should be able to play. Shizo should be good to go. And this might be the turn for Analex.
Te dva sta dve piki v spredi pred TaySonom, chat.
Not Clown and Grows, that's the former duo, Grows and Shizo. See, I'm in autopilot, you know. He's not with Clown anymore, but Grows and Shizo, they have been very powerful playing on those mid and low layers, right?
Yeah.
You know, the key to sort of how they've been able to just get
Ne, ni mi jasno, res, zakaj si.
control that they garner, right? In those
Vidiš, TaySon pa Čavik ima da slabe kile. Pa ga mi, en kill ima to, ne dva ima ta dva. To ima to veze. Še vedno sta sam dve piki v zadnji, what do you mean? En kaj jokaš?
I can't see the difference between two of those at all. Main thing too for Shizo specifically and Photoscience Nazy, Floki Clement not being in the
Rešli igra sta imela res god, ne dva, ja. TaySon pa Čavik snimata slabe kile, sam te da sta imela prejšnjo igro god kile, to je, sam to je.
And they're not going to be here, so a lot of these front runners for this qualifier that we've seen so far in the first 3 games, unavailable, show up to this media day, this game 4. As a result, the gaps must be filled. And we asked for a little bit of that north zone. Didn't really happen. It's better than the complete desert, right? But it can still pull down.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I used to have all the connections.
Let's go, go smo kaj, pa Jarko, super sem, kako si ti?
Say something, it used to just happen, like on the spot.
Super.
He's lost his juice a little bit, clearly.
Hey, just wait for it, man.
Ta Jarko vedno s tebe Junk Rifty pridej,
You don't
presežem.
want to waste the juice on the qualifiers, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The zone pulling juice.
Ta Shizo je z Mariborom in Stašom je tri odigral. Okej. Ja, ne vem, kdo je ta Kvajas, kje moj ga grill ali Kvajas, se nisem videl. Pozabil sem ime.
Recent Boop also talking about Krusty and Relvis that last game. Their pinches, the dynamic duo not even being inside boxes, just rattling on walls, looked very good when, you know, things are out of control. They're very good at sorting out the chaos when They have a little bit of peace and quiet though. They crumble under.
Ja mi si, early game so vsi fighteri sam takrat, kaj treba. Pač off spawni, to je to. Pa vse endgame. Daš okej, valo z Memory pa z Andrejčkom. Naslednji teden bom igral valo z Andrejčkom, verjetno. Zdajle je, jutri je qualifier. Jutri je spet FNCS qualifier 2. To igram. Upam, da 2 rundi igram jutri. Pa v nedelo imamo finale.
This is marketability, right? I mean, this is unfair.
Is TaySon the new Benji?
TaySon's the new Benji. I mean, Benji's in this lobby, man.
Oh, goodness. Wow.
Pogori TaySonu. TaySon je zaenkrat na drugem mestu. 2 piki mislim, da v zadnji. Za prvim. Pred to igro je bil še prvi, no. A zdaj imajo oni 1 kill več. Kje si snipes? Okej, rok. Pa da nisem pozabil, Jarko.
This time round, they may need to just get a bit more aggressive in that regard and trying to make sure that they have no concerns when it comes to Surge. Of course, the zone very much favors them, and so I do expect to see them making some sort of play for height as long as the zones continue to favor them, I guess. But in the meantime, we got RojXs and Kovacs.
Zdaj me Čaviks pa TaySon, kakšen ima ta loot. Pač vem, da ima TaySon Epic Pump pa Legendary SNG, ker je god. Sam bolj me zanima launchpadi pri njima.
GG's, I'll get him back though. I always get
him back. Ne pa QZ Raptor roterat.
Don't want to mess with Levin at all.
Yeah.
No one wins. He's the human embodiment of the third party.
I'm sorry, that just... I'm trying to like imagine what that actually looks like. But I guess it's just me, right? Like, yes. I am the human embodiment of the third
you
party.
are the human embodiment of the third party. Always have the last laugh.
Ne, da bo pa zmešal zaradi solo queue v Valotu, veš? Čist verjamem, ja. Ima do TaySon, ja, upam, lej.
Can't really see much in terms of visibility too. Our skill T-chips has been a while since the zone threat or...
Zakaj sploh ne veš za TaySona, za koga pa ne? Za moj štumf. Za Slovence, ne? Če ne čitajo.
I like that position though from Art School and T-chips in terms of where they were situated. Center in the zone. Very likely to pull that next zone as well. Off that hill they can operate at a very wide range of angles, right? 360-degree radius. They had players sort of in and around them in order to get surge tags.
Really nice free kill za Snazia.
Something that we see quite a bit. Because there's not many vehicles in the game, people know how valuable the vehicles are, right? And so if you see a vehicle and you don't have one,
to so pomembne točke za njo.
You need to do everything you can to immobilize that team that has the vehicle. And in that case there, we saw Snaze was actually able to blow it up, use it as a
Čakaj, ga je že rezon.
against the team that was driving it, and
ne,
is really,
je double kill na koncu. Mislim, da je double kill.
I don't believe Chrisif is still up there.
Ajdrop je double kill. Oziroma knock. Ja, Quizy Hen se fajtata. Proti Jurekiju pa je dropu. To je taj tako 30 pikov zad pa je 3. Ja. Prve dva sta zdaj full spredi. A 30 pik je tako. Če oba prve dva tima slabo odigrata, ne je on tretji meč že itak zraven. A veš. 30 pik je ena igra. Pač če prideš v top 5. Realno, top 3. Top 5 si takoj zraven. Čuni pač ne odigra dobro, valjda.
Very difficult to find a foothold. Once again, some of the late movers in these zones end up being beside the bottom of a rock cliff or maybe somewhere else. Can't really see one side or one half of your position of where you are. I drop
Bolugi, to zato, ker si mortal.
Up and across.
A Groz je ta, ne Grills. Okay. Groz. To nekdo je ta Groz chat. A je ta bolj nov ali ne? A kdo je od vas od memorjev?
This game they'll be able to have a lot more space, faster, much quicker than before, and have possibly the biggest pedestal to get points, or pedestal to get points at this moment. Everyone also rocking in undisturbed.
Ajde vidimo Surge.
Now I'm not seeing many people fall in the feed moving into this.
Ja, sta 278 buff. Hočem videti TaySona.
I'm guessing desperate box fights will be had.
Koliko je
in the
buff
south,
Surge?
There are maybe one or two teams who are in trouble. But up north, there's still a few teams who are not in.
Oh!
Slowway, Screwy, moving through, and he's gonna be a nuisance on the backside of some of these players who are really late.
Solo player enega zgrifal. Dobo kill. Bubaka je ubil.
Biggz, and that's Bubak down. That's one, and a lot of crucial mats for the man as well. Still below on Surge though, and this is all about getting as many points as possible before you go down. You'd have to super Screwy in this moment as a solo player making.
Ma se kar po healu enemija. Ker kralj.
Okay, talking about disrespect, he rocks it in. Could be a crucial one he needed though. This is going to be so unfortunate for the man. 10-5 and he's gone. Did a lot to actually slow down the backside though. Let's see who's holding some of these players towards the north. It's not going to be ZND and Joe. They're a little bit more towards the south. And
Quiz je double kill.
map so far. It is still such
Zone desno spodi.
you know, just a cluster, a traffic jam all the way up top for the zone so far. Now everyone's gonna have to move once again. Barely any team holds that next zone.
Yeah, and in terms of the teams who have been able to pull it,
Kače ima sam dobar tam belugi.
pulling 50-50 will be huge for them.
Wow, Zupi Toxic. Pozdravljen, drgač Zupi.
And yeah, but
Pozdravljen.
teams who really can make use of it, right? Obviously,
A
last
to te dva
game,
umrla, no?
they pulled 50-50 and we saw how far that was able to take them in their pursuit of a win. Obviously, this time around they're not here, but other teams will be looking to emulate
TaySon, Čepik sta isto na low grandu,
I
tam na
really
levi
wanna see
strani.
where
Ih
TaySon and
vidite.
Chapix are in this moment right now. They're gonna be
Oziroma,
up against
mogoče jih niste
Shaizo
videli
and
zaradi moje
Rose,
kamere,
both teams
nevermind.
are playing two very different games.
A Storm Surge je samo v MSS za tudi normalni game. Storm Surge je povsod. Samo mora priti do tega, ne mora biti toliko playerov živih, da se pojavi sploh.
The other focused on being as silent as possible, just racking in consistent placement and a few eliminations on the low. What aside Snaze will also be rocking in a very specific or a very similar spot to where we just saw Shaizo. They're all about just moving between the lines and going for a bit of damage and picking up as many points as possible.
Rok, si to sem ti pred govoril na to, taj pa prej že si na sklonu igral. Zdaj mislim, da se chat ni nič promaknil, pa se mi zdaj, da se je.
Active right now. He's the one to pick up Lolis in the feed, ST down. They'll have a little bit of a say on what to do, but look who are the right beside on the left side of your screen. We have Jerky and iDrop, TaySon and
Ken je
Chapix,
double kill.
kind of the high ground apartment complex, ready to go and play the game. Meanwhile, everyone else is just sitting silent. They don't want to be
Ken pa Quiz imata god spot, če pulata zone. TaySon, Čepik, slow ground.
Battling for a spot.
A ja, se sta dubla zone, lej.
In separate built towers. seeing
Insane.
exactly what the zone will say. It'll give Hen and Queasy the first chance to drop some pressure, and the last leg to actually jump.
Yeah, we talked about how earlier, in terms of materials and resources, they weren't looking in the best position, but Hen has a harpoon, right? And that's going to be so key for them to actually stay in this game.
Čaki.
Even though they're low on resources,
A ja ne se šel tja zone.
loot in the storm,
A ne, bolj desno
they're
gre, ja.
able to keep height. And the smallest opportunity they have to get height, and they're taking it. They want to hold on to it.
All the way up top, but they built a little bit of a ramp for anyone
Evo, TaySon, Čepik.
daring enough to kind of come up and take it.
TaySon ima en pad.
But everyone has their own focus on making it to the front portion of the zone. TaySon and Chapix too are just making sure they're taking off anyone down below. They finally look up and see this monstrosity.
Še enkrat gre na pad.
TaySon's like, okay. They find another pad that's even closer. How did he even think and hear or see it? This man is just, I don't know how it has 8 eyes and 17 ears. TaySon finds a perfect path all the way in. This is all impromptu.
Uf, nice. Jureki pa iDrop zdaj spet na haj. Da smo videli, Hen, Quizy, Jureki iDrop, pa TaySon, Čepik sta hajtu, pa noben drug.
But they've actually been forced down. I drop in Jerky, the big drop, taking another shot at high ground. Can this finally be the game when they're able to hold on to it? I don't want to speak too soon, but we'll see Shaizo and Grols, the first place team at the moment. We know how dominant they've been able to be on mid and low ground, but can they continue up that pace? Grols
O, Groz je da, to je dobar chat, to je dobar. Te dva sta prva, a ne? Tako da, prej ka Shaizo umre, boš bo, pa sam 19 je buff zdaj, ko mu je umrl Groz.
Every option you have at your disposal as a team, but unfortunately, Grols was full piece.
TaySon, Čepik še oba živa, hvala Bogu.
He's not to work with just what he's got, which is half the power of the duo completely. So Going for a little bit of rattling damage on the walls, but doesn't find any connections from this layer so far. Has to drop down soon, but as soon as he does, his mats will melt. He only has about 5 boxes to make. This is your first place positions POV on the top right of your screen. Meanwhile, Jerky and Eyedrop on the left side.
Sam je preveč kločut. Ne vem, zakaj bi tokrat videl, da TaySon zmaga danes. Hitak nima veze, važen je sam, da je top 5, kar verjetno bo. Oh, dead. Nice. Pa Hel je tudi dead. Evo, TaySon brez shieldov. Crazy double kill. Evo, Biggz pa TaySon sta nazaj na prvem mestu. Nazaj na prvem mestu. TaySon je dobil en knock. Oba sta full HP, TaySon pa Biggz. Let's go.
Biggz still alive though, getting a few picks inside that feed. Eyedrop and Jerky also taking apart duo after duo all the way up top. It's a duo.
Bravo, Biggz, ti si god, ne? Evo, TaySon. 3 kile, ni toliko, ampak nice. 4 kili. God.
And Krusty gets found out by TaySon galore. It's huge for this duo right now, and they pick up the mats as well. They're ready to go.
Leče, tole je dober nekak. Kad tudi Biggz tarpa dost, ne? Se mi zdi, mogoče Biggz IGL zdaj bolj.
But how many more can they dominate? They want it all right now.
Easy as fine, but they're crunched like a pastry inside that mid ground as well. It's going to be tough for them to move through the sauce. Meanwhile,
Jureki dobo še nok. Jureki še vedno verjetno na hajtu. Ja. Eyedrop pa Jureki ima ta hajt. Jureki bo pušil tle. Biggza pa. Biggz low.
It's on the Biggz too. He's at half HP. TaySon desperate to move inside these boxes, but Jerky's moving forward to have even more pressure. All walls controlled, but TaySon finds a little reprieve.
Jureki zdaj dober igra model. Eyedrop je Biggza dobo, TaySon je solo. Dobar, 6. mesto, ni bad. Tole sta kar dost v spredi, po moje zdajle. Mislim, 31 pik še vedno, ali? Koliko sta imela na koncu chat?
Here for postati. Can he drop down in the right amount of time? Jerky is still up, right? He's playing. It looks like he's a solo, but no. Eyedrop, his teammate, is still there. The elimination finally comes through, and so it's a 2.
To je še zmer dobra igra za njih, ni bilo bad. Jureki jih je kar na podrgati z grifom, mislim z grifom. Zelo lepo je odigral tam proti njim. Skor ga je ubil. Zdaj pa Eyedrop solo. Teli so zdaj, Podasaj je zdaj drugi. Ne več uni. Okej.
And Eyedrop is able to just stay up and wait as the zone continues to take Zeston all the way down below. He needs to make use of his med miss. He needs to get his HP up while he can before it's too late. Podasaj, not just an inch of HP. It might be too late for him as well if he's not careful.
He's found corn and bandages as well.
Tole dejansko Eyedrop zmaga, po moje. To je zelo pomemben game za Eyedrop, je rekel, ja.
Eyedrop have enough heals, can he find Zeston as well? Now he understands what's going down. If he doesn't get shot a little bit, he might take that fall damage too all the way towards the floor, but they're both going to go for the heals.
Eyedrop je rekel zmaga na 7 kili.
This man is too
GG's, vsi GG's v chat, ajde gramo, da vidimo zdaj lestvico. TaySon, Biggz sta zihar še vedno prva. Amo vsi GG's v chat. Ajde, da vidimo, kako zgleda lestvica. TaySon, Biggz na prvem mestu. Samo 16 pik sta pred Snazyjem pa Podasajem. Teda sta bila zdaj tretja. Valjda. Top 3, spet z velik kili. 9 kilo, to je spet insane. To je 27 ekstra pik. Plus placementi. Insane. Tako da, ampak glede na to, kako gledamo, pred petim so 43 pik v spredi. Tako da jaz, ni še zihar, no. Ni še zihar, da so top 5, ampak jaz mislim, da bo to, no, dober igrata. Še 2 igri imamo, dost dober igrata, tako da Groz Šico sta zdaj padla na 3. mesto, Mačka sta v zadnji za 2. mestom. Eyedrop je rekel, sta zdaj na 6. mesto, 1 piko v zadnji za top 5. Top 5 igri naprej v finale, chat. Vsak kill je 3 točke. A se ne zgori Jerky, ne Jureki. Jaz ne vem. Eni rečejo Jureki, eni Jerky in pol skozi rečem tako, kam mi sede. Tisto, kar mi prvo na pamet piše. Pride, piše, bra. Pinka nasta 10. Ja, tole igro so s tabo odigrala. Znaš, Bleiburgkid sta iz prvega mesta padla na 17. Ukazi sta 24. Ne gre ima dober. Benji tudi ne gre dober. Samo eno igro sta prišla v endgame. Medtem, ko imamo tukaj Vortexa pa Janisa, ni ene igre, še nista dobro odigrala. Vse sta umrla, ospomnila, da je to 2 minuti 26 živa, minuto 44 živa, minuto 48 živa, minuto 28. Slaba. Slaba. Teda sta pa une dva, ki imata 0 igr. Ne. Kjer ima... teda sta une dva, ki sta zdaj noter prišla, chat. Ker so bili uni beneni, sta zdaj te dva noter. Sam zdaj ne vem, a so jih unbanali ali ne, čakaj. Ta ni več live, chat, ni več live. Je live. Zdaj ful ne vem. Ful ne... čakaj, 25 minut je zdaj live, očitno je prekinil stream on. Čakaj malo. 51 timov je, zato kaj je en team banan, sam čak. A so jih unbanali slučajno? A so jih unbanali? Ja, spet je una fora očitno. Spet je una fora, chat, po moje, da so jih reportali full. Sam to je tako bedno. Se pravi, enke je streamer, gre lahko reči vsem svojim gledalcem, bejte vsi reporta tega in bo unbanan iz prve. What the fuck? Ja, prej bilo 49, ja, dejansko unbanal so jih. Sam zdaj so zasrali, ne? Ene igre zdaj niso odigrali. Sej, ok, oni ne bi bili top 5, ne, ampak vsem. To je malo bedno. Mass report Discord bot. What? Slabo, da imajo tako narejen, to je pa res slabo. Res slabo. Dajmo druga muska. Po moje bo igral zdaj, chat, po moje bo igral zdaj. Po moje bo igral.
The Reese curse is kind of crazy.
Definitely. With just 2 more
Oj,
games
folk,
to go.
vsi galovčejo bola, ker mislite, da bo malo pomagal TaySon. TaySon zdaj na prvem mestu v prednosti za 16 točk, pred drugim mestu top 5 gre direkt naprej v grand finale, ki bo čez 2 tedna. Jutri je qualifier številka 2, ker jaz pa bom igral ob 3, upam, da qualifier v round 2, bom igral ob 7 naprej. Pogledamo vsi galovčet, damo na memoroj chat, jaz je hiter scat, pa se ga vidimo. Brbe! Gremo!
No, that's what it's all about, right? I think even when you look at round 4, the teams that qualified through, right? After round 3 yesterday, people were sort of saying, well, there's a lot of teams who we would have expected to call that didn't, right? And so if you sleep and you miss out on your opportunity, people will be there to take it, right? And that's what it's all about. Of course, some of these newer names have been impressing over the past couple seasons. And at some point, right, people will have to start taking over. And I think we're starting to see that today.
Yeah, and even if you aren't asleep, even if you're awake or ready to go on your POIs, there's some people who are ready to put you to bed, right? We're seeing these third-party things happen game after game. It was TaySon and Chavix in the last one, DKS and Bat Sniper sometimes. What can we expect in this one, Lev?
Look, if it's the case of Greasy Grove, that's a deep, deep sleep, right? They ain't waking up from that anytime soon, and that pains me to say, but, you know, we've seen some domination. We're going to probably see some more domination, but let me not speak too soon. We've got Game 5 coming up right now.
All right, 2 more to go. 1 more chance to kind of fix mistakes, and after that, it's a lock-in game where it's kind of the last chance to do whatever you can. This might be a slight switch up for some teams, but everyone should be in trouble right off spawn. 3 teams over here so far in Cuddle, 1 flying across. That's Lowless, doesn't want anything to do with this fight so far, and Girls is already down.
Yeah, that's real tough. You're seeing Shiza was able to get the pick-me-up there.
Oh, okay, reverse sleep happening over at Greasy. ADN finally going down for the first time. That's Tanano, a new team that's landing there.
Well, that's what I was actually going to say, right, in terms of before we saw the fight happening here at Camp Cuddle. The nature of the bus path meant that the team that was third party in the Greasy fight would have landed first, right? And they would have been able to get a third party again, and that's what actually happened. I believe Vortex went down to Leon Flares, right? Which obviously isn't one of the teams who you'd expect it to be in the nature of those fights. Janice actually just going down there in the feed, so we didn't get to see Greasy, but a lot went down there, and the bus path played a big factor into what actually happened.
Look at Tilted right now. Savage, Benji, and Jackson all going for it. I think Benji gets knocked, but that's just a after-the-fact factor of what actually happened inside the drop, and it's going to be Benji and Savage that end up winning that off-spawn fight and are chilling. Still, this one a very important one. Dictates if one of the top 3 teams gets to keep playing. Auto shot in hand.
Ben Voixy. Wow, Voixy.
You can see he's hunting these runs.
O, Groz je dead, to je dober.
Come on, Bacon.
A normal, če vedno sem dobila 2 kila. Sam ne bom mogel rebootat po moje, ni šans.
Belushi and Hydro. Not seen much of these guys, but they came in clutch in that moment.
Če bo Station landal.
Now he'll have to get away.
Možno, ja.
Make sure he can pick rolls.
Pazi, se boš videl, Iter.
Oh, they're running. My man's farming chests and roofs, and
A zdaj oni igrajo ali ne, chat?
Not sure about this one. We'll keep an eye on that feed to see exactly what breaks down. Analytics squeeze.
Čakaj.
Sam
zanima me.
already taken down. And someone else as well.
Čakaj, oni še zdaj ne igrajo. Ja, pol, Blisson, Benan in sam ne igrajo.
Yeah,
What?
That's a team that was really deep into last game, right? So to go off spawn like this is rather unfortunate, but I'm sure the Frenchies won't mind.
Rekel, zakaj sta še 2 tima not? Ne, samo en ekstra tim je. Samo en ekstra tim je. Zato ker oni zdaj ne igrajo.
I think many people will want them to. Ziandi and Joe in a fight again off spawn. Something we've seen a bunch. I think I actually saw Ziandi complaining on Twitter about being contested and having to fight off spawn, but look, just win your fights, mate, and maybe they will stop contesting. I wouldn't contest if I was them, if that helps.
Oh!
I don't know what that does.
To bo ta shotgun, ne?
Or would I? Ziandi taking a couple shots here. I don't know, maybe I would actually. It's got to be careful.
Mora reloada shotgun.
They're talking about the rescurse on the desk.
TaySon je dead, what?
The opposite just straight up happens, like in an instant.
Čakaj malo. TaySon dobil knock, a je dead slučajno.
I don't want TaySon
Yep.
to win anything.
TaySon je dead, chat.
Okay, true.
Ne, Voix je treba res banat.
Okay, you say that, and TaySon's down. TaySon, what are you doing? This is your fault.
Tam ima 3 igre.
This is your fault, and Chad has seen it too.
Ne, mislim, čakaj, pik igra. Ena, ja.
Crazy.
Ja ne vem, Lauda so samo odigrali eno, ampak se vidiš, da je 51 timova, ne?
There's no way.
We just have to hope.
Raden če unih ni več. Čakaj, koliko sem imel unih pik?
Clutch, I don't know.
Why would you say
Okay,
that?
one
Why
tricks.
would you say that? Now he's gonna go down too.
Oh, dear. Was
Ja,
he
očitno
actually
sta res
some
2 nova tima not. Ne vem, ni mi jasen kaj je. Ne vem kaj se dogaja. Ne vem kaj se dogaja.
eliminations here. And
Pojma
they've just
nimam.
been really dominant at sign-up station, so I don't know why anyone would want to contest him. This is what happened over at Command.
O, TaySon
was already down.
je dubo
So
enega,
they're
Čabik se
actually
bil že dead in tle
That's the
umrl na
first place
koncu.
team. And so this isn't even, this is no. I'm not letting you guys do this. This is not 11 jinx. What, who were the guys on the desk waffling about? Oh, hopefully they keep their first place. Who was it? Reese Hub, that Scottish guy. He was talking mad. I don't know what he was saying. Stop jinxing my duo. They're upset. Right? That I'm on course.
Saj še ene igre, pol chat. Potem ne, TaySon je zdaj prvič danes, da ni prišel endgame. Ampak, čak, kdo je drugi že res chat? Snazy, a ne? A je? Čakaj.
Last 2 game of Nos is kind of a different warrior, but
Snazy bo da saj, 16 pik. A upam, da jih ne dobijo tok, ne?
But we'll see. Need more Reese, I guess. to make some nice calls because, yeah, it makes it interesting when that first place team goes down sometimes.
Yep, it definitely creates a power struggle, right? A battle for
Ne, ampak Kvizi danes tudi ne igrata dobro.
play out so many times. And Snazy and Podesai will be vying for it.
Could talk about, you know, something that I feel like Boop and Reese have been keeping under the rug, which is their hot
Ampak vsi te lajke, gremo do 700, ajde. Ne bo zadnji lajkat. Ne bi plejli pa bomo mogli to Skorpu, hvala.
You know that, I'm sure they don't want me to talk about it. Psych!
Zdaj ja, komu do 700, komu, kanač. Kanač, what do you mean?
I'll be honest, I feel bad. I feel bad because those are my guys.
You're about to go in, like, what the heck?
I didn't want to go in, but I was in a call with Queasy before FNCS started, like, and he knew himself that if they didn't get zones, it was always going to be rough, right? Like, and they have genuine, like, I don't like to be the guy to like put things down to luck because at the highest level, the whole goal is to mitigate luck, right?
Ja, skoro smo že 700. Pri 1000 lajkih je giveaway, če ni 1000 lajkov, pa bomo takrat, ko bo 1000 lajkov naredili giveaway. Maybe jutri pol.
When you get so many south zones, it does just become so difficult to really do anything in these lobbies, and that's been a very big hindrance in their momentum. Again, all we can do is hope that these last couple games sort of go much better for them because they are a top duo, right? They've been top this whole season. They obviously won FNCS. They're accustomed to winning games in the qualifying stages rather early on as well. So uncharacteristic performance from them, but they'll rise soon, I believe.
I think the best thing for them too is that this is just the first qual where they're getting all these qualms out of the way as well, right? Like how it feels to rotate in the zone, how it feels to play with some of the best teams. I mean, 5 of the best ones here we're watching right now won't be here in the next qual. You have to assume that Hen and Queasy will because it's Hen and Queasy, so...
Ugotale reliv se zdaj dead. Al? Ne, majster bo... Šta je, 1v1 tole? Ni 1v2. Pa bo majster zmagal še. Oni čuje.
And we've seen how this season is with south zones. It feels like that desert is very much more so preferred in this chapter than any other.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many south zones you get out there. You got to talk to your guy in the back, ask him what's going on.
I think he's on vacation somewhere in the desert right now, so it actually makes a lot of sense.
You know what? He's just making it easier for himself.
Oh man, Ralphus Krusty versus Theko and company.
Them fights where, you know, you or either you or your opponent is using
Itak bo third party tle pol.
always hilarious.
Prima na igre lajko se skoro obrije na 0.
He's just healing me while I'm fighting him, you know?
Ta pa to ne vem, če blah.
And fair play, he's being healed as well, but like he's just straight up healing me. Always weird.
So a liquid timing.
Jaz sem še vedno notor v zonu, what? Da se imata rift, ampak
I'm trying to find some type of
ne vem, kva delata. A 4 kile imata? Pa sta 2 tima ubila tle. Čakaj, ga je šel rebootat, pozabil sem že.
That's fine. Happens sometimes.
A sledi pa podesajanje 2. Ne smeta pik dobiti tudi.
You mentioned these guys slightly before we started talking about shield kegs. Snazy and Podesai. I think
Oni dva sta na drugem mestu.
Graduated team coming into this qualifier. Let me explain how that works. Like, I'm guessing, you know, Z Andy, Podesai, maybe even Floki Klebet, you could toss him in here as well. Kind of coming in, Musashi Mabuka as well.
Biggz Hen se tukaj fajta zdala, uslepil. Z 2 minuti zona naprej laufa, tako da... Zato ta spet stak tu zono, tako da sta bila zadnjih par iger.
You know how he's very much an established name in competitive EU Fortnite, right? Like if you're in the streets for EU Fortnite, you know Podesai, but you know he's almost not accomplished as much as you'd expect for someone of his namesake. But these guys have impressed, man. And so from going to 50th in round 3, maybe a cheeky first place for them today. That would be quite the something.
A kaj pa kviz sploh še lahko kvata, ne, a? Raden, če zmagata 2 z 10 kili, I guess. Je to pol 60 pik, pa je to 100, ja, hej. Pa je 120. Še vedno ne bo dost, dejansko. Dejansko je nemogoče za njih, da kvata.
The team landing South Sleepy uncon. Hen and Queasy having a bit of a word with them. An aggressive word with them.
How about a shout? I mean, well, it's kind of different on the other side of the map. No conversation being had, no person A talks than person B. It's silence as people are just kind of sitting up in their bases. Podesai Snazy, one of them. I guess this has to be the game for Hen and Queasy though. to really move forward and just be able to win off this game, or maybe even get in that top 5, get some control, some essence of it. But it feels like that's
ta mreža je bila god.
Down Astro with a quick boost up. Okay.
Pa še 5 je dobil. God, easy.
He picks that one apart and down.
Ja, je rekel, ajde, yo! Godi me! Ajde, ajde začne živ, pa to je moj prvi euro. Tebi dan. Ajde, to je tvoj prvi euro, ki si ga dal meni. Hvala ti, legenda, hvala ti. Drugač, to je prva igra, ki je danes TaySon umrl. 5. igra, pa edina, ki sta umrla off-spawn. Ostala sta vse v endgame prišla. Tako da lih tale igre so mrtve, ampak so še vedno na prvem mestu. Podasaj pa Snazy so na drugem mestu zaenkrat, pa so 16 pik za TaySonom. Oni so še živi. One dva, no.
Okay, yeah, I'm following.
And I was just making the point that my duo tree is nuts. My duo tree, I might be the greatest Fortnite player of all time when it comes down to duo tree.
Okay.
That's not a pro. That's not a pro.
Yeah. Explain to me your duo tree.
So my duo tree is we could be here for a long time, right? Obviously, I played with a big Trippen, right? Trippen's obviously playing with Thomas HD this season, so Thomas is on my duo tree. Thomas HD's played with TaySon. So TaySon's on my duo tree. You know, I got, the likes of, I got so many people on my duo tree at this point, man. I can't even keep track. I got Mongrel, Benji, all of them on my duo tree somehow from people I played with. So like, honestly, if we were to add up my duo tree, I think I have like every single FNCS victory plus some from like NA as well. I go cross region with my duo tree, right?
So that's a duo bridge.
It's a forest.
Duo forest, yeah. That's insane. I can't even I'm not gonna pretend to even try to match that.
Koliko memberjev se tukaj drugače, ajde da vidim. Zdaj le chat, čist dead. Že do full memberjev doma nobene piše, GG. Sad face. Evo, gremo do 800 like. Evo zabravo, tako da ScorpLZ začal, s njim res pomagate. Zakaj je Mong tako s toboj igra? Kdo? Mongral ali kva? Mongral sploh ne igra, on sploh v čempu ni. On je nehal igrati.
Are you a center man? Are you a line man who's trying to always be on the move? What is the 2K lifestyle?
Čas, zdaj pa podasaj sta zdaj na 3. mestu, pa en drug zdaj na drugem. Ok, da, neki malo ga uspeje memberjev tukaj zdala. Boljš gledat. Čist cool. Snazy je dobil kill. In sta zdaj spet druga. Nice, enih je zadev.
That's the sort of guy I am, right? And obviously my strap's not really as functional now, sadly, but
kaj je tole falu? Nice, to je dober. Zdaj si podasaj dead, to je zelo dober. Kdo je palun? Šiza pa Gross sta še živa očitno. Mongrel ima 60 000. Rebi, kukar jaz vem, jih ima sam 6 000. Kaj je folk, ki sem na Redditu bral, kaj je folk rekel pač, da je nehal, da niti v čempu še ni. Voda.
Yeah, we did that thing with the girls in Shizo where like the screen went full yellow sepia and then it said to be continued. You know what I mean? He was farming a chest and Hijo and Belusi were rushing the hill.
Cool.
Evo, Groz je nokan. Dejansko je rebutu Groza pal. Ali zdaj je nokan.
There we go. There's the update you guys were looking for and I was looking for.
To je full down za TaySona zdela. Še on to drug mora umret.
So a lot of
teams
are basically down is what we're getting at, if you didn't figure that out before. Yeah.
Did we see Chapix fall completely or no?
Chapix was knocked when TaySon fell, so so it was a full wipe. Yeah. Full wipe.
They're fully gone. Anas in pink. I hope this is not a complete elimination. Is this from the cannon damage?
This is a complete elimination.
Okay, we also cut off. I saw a player icon, like an arrow, going straight for that build while Pink was going for the res, so I don't think they made it either.
Well, another game where we can see a shake-up. At the end of the day, we're getting closer and closer to
Yo, other games! Hvala ti, legenda, za RB 60. Če neki Malga je napisal, hvala ti, legenda, za sport. Kako si? Hvala ti.
To the FNCS finals in a couple weeks' time. You don't want to miss that one, I promise you that.
Kar rezuje groza, no, kako sta še živa.
Okay, so did you mention that Grols went down completely? Or that he was just in the feed?
So Grols just went down. Grols went down in the feed.
Well, on the bottom left, we're watching different games. Yeah.
Yeah, he got res. He got res.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Grols went down. He went down to himself. I think he either it was a storm or something, or just something. He went down to himself. Maybe 4 damage. Actually, I don't think it was 4 damage. Either way, Grols is back up in the game, so they're not completely out. If I did say that they were completely out, apologies, my bad.
Kviz je double kill?
I'm
No,
nothing
it's just
but
my understanding. It's my ears are the ones that are off.
It's probably me.
No, for sure. No, it's my apologies. It's my apologies. It's my apologies. No. It's all. Let's not apologize for Andy and Joe's position right now. Look at this. We talked about them needing control. They finally have it. It's just in the 4th zone.
Kviz je še 2 killa, okej.
I was waiting for
Kviz je
you to
insane.
realize that zone was about to pop in, so everything you're setting up right now could just be like absolutely tragic. Hey, instead of us just waffling, they can just put updates to the top and let us know who's been eliminated. So I'm just not going to speak anymore. And you guys can see that.
Clement Floki. For how? This was the game. Man, all these, like, you know, runner-ups, as if someone falls, they have a chance to fill the spot. It's just so...
No, teli so četvrti. Relvis pa Krasti, sploh ne vem, kjer je 2 sta to.
Who knows what happened on the south side. We're locking in to the fortress for now. And this is where I think this is one of the most difficult
Gavi ne vem,
zones
kvaniti na to odgovorim.
to game, no 11. It could literally be mountainous. We could go straight up, you know.
Ampak Kviz hoče tako hvalat. Ja, sam jaz mislim, da je nemogoče.
Yeah, the fortress is an interesting area.
Ker po HP že zdaj je, pred tole igro je bilo 104 točke. A veš, to pomeni, da morata vinat zdajle s parimi kili. Pač, če dobita 2 vina z 10 kili, sta na 120 pika, ne? Pa če želiš to igro, pa naslednjo. 120, ne vem, če bo dost, nisem zihar, no. Mogoče. Terix, pozdravljam se, da pozdravljam, ampak pozdravljam še enkrat. Čaj, sta te dva bilo v srč dejansko? Jo, Bogi! Tudi tvoja prva donacija, let's go! Hvala ti, legenda Zener, hvala ti! Bogi, Savage dead! Savage dead! Jureki pa iDrop sta 7, oni dva rabta dobro igro. Oni dva rabta dobro igro. Do, Cashka sta tudi v zadnjih 2 igrah zmagala. Do, Cashka je drugač. A verjetno nista bila v zadnji 60 pikal. Ta moraš vedeti, da mora to tudi une prve ekipe toliko zasrati, prvih 5, ne? Ja, boj si, TaySon je prvič dal samo raw spawn, tako da si kar en.
Aim down his sight, looking at it. And this is going to be huge now. There's that 5th zone pops. Who will it favor? Who can use that momentum?
Imagine da si bana na Twitterju od njega. A res fejza ne. Zakaj si na drugem računalniku? Kako sta te dva še živa, no. Rebootan je bil, pa še nokano mes, pa... Ne moram verjeti, pa sta še 420 above, insane. Te dva sta edina bila v srč, te dva sta dead, kanač. Kanač.
You can't even top off with that shield. Drax also getting into his flopper pool. This is so bad in terms of even finding a fight.
Še 3 eure! Dobar content, hvala ti Pogi legenda, hvala ti še za 3 eure, hvala ti res.
One person needs to go down and apparently it's just him.
Yeah, and you saw Shizo and Grols capitalize on his teammate Drax.
Ja, tale baby boa mislim, da je kar dead, no. To, gripi Shizota, to! Let's go! Njegov bow. NHP ima. Če tole še preživita, pa res ne. Ne, dejansko bo preživel. Več sreče, ka pa... No way. To igro sta kar toliko dolg živa. Pa rebootan bil, pa nokan bil, pa NHP bil, vse.
The white HP Shizo has the utility. It's all on Shizo. The elims, the momentum from this game are riding on this man who got in with a sliver. And right now we look at who else is not.
No moram verjeti, da ga ni enkrat z SMG-om zadev.
Pick up another elimination. This man is really rolling with the pressure and the momentum this game. I want to see
Jureki pa Hydra spet hajt, čet. V 5 igrah vedno isto. Jureki Hydra na hajtu, ali Hank Quizy, ali pa TaySon. Noben drug. Pa Pink Bana sta prej na koncu vzela, čisto na koncu, ampak dobro.
We talked about it, right? Being able to make the most of your opportunities in the game so you have them, especially when you can just not spawn. And we'll see how they play. You can see the zone pulling back towards the fortress.
Evo, tale je peti tim. 116 pik, a 106. 106 mislim, da. A bilo 116 ali 106, chat?
They'll be uber aware of what they have to do and if they can sort of climb up and beat that battle. Shizo and Grows have their eyes on some power.
Jaz vem, da sta TaySon pa Thomas že hvalala, ne Thomas, TaySon pa Čebi že hvalala po moje.
So now they can make their way towards
Pač bo ta top 5 pa sta naprej v grand finalu, 100% po moje.
A huge game for them if they want to secure that spot in the top 5. They're in second and they can take first. iDrop and Jerky in the back of the zone, finally taking their pad. We're recycling one, making sure they're the highest up in the sky and they can land back on high ground where they most are comfortable. And Rovers and Krusty, another team that's done very brilliantly.
Contestani so na hajtu iDrop. Pa Jerky sta zgubila hajt.
Not overextending, just staying in this game with his teammate by him.
Mali Buka Mester sta še živa, okej. To je ena una igra, ki bo da pa aparat, ko on vedno igra, par igra umre takoj, pa dve igri dobro igra, pa je kar v spredi. Ja, Groz pa Shizo sta še kar živa, oziroma Shizo, ne moram verjeti.
Jerky is ready with iDrop to maybe go for that big jump. They have the potential on the map to be able to do it, but the space might be running out. There's so many different types of mountains in the way, and now we're even moving even more north in this zone.
Skoro mu Jerky tle ni prej pomagal, what?
Needed to be got, and iDrop actually falls. This is going to be huge for the potential for this duo. They get fragmented in half. Jerky still has the power to take down everyone in his lair. It's his space, and you cannot invade.
Jerky hitting some big shots there.
A teda sta še kar živa.
You won't be able to do it from a height just yet.
Še kill sta dubla, še en.
They are just outside of that top 5.
Majster Shizo je pač next level. Na prvem mestu je zdaj Shizo spet. Prehitil TaySona. Nekako sta to igra toliko, ne mora verjeti. TaySon je drugi. Staj. Ak nima veze, važno je, da je top 5. Ker ni nobenega denarja ali pa karkoli. Top 5 igri naprej v grand finale. Ko je TaySon star? Ne vem. A je še 17? Ne vem.
Just together, unsegmented, ready to go up towards that second height layer, and Mustache, there it is, here's the POV.
Teda bodo tudi zdaj imela velik killov, Mustache pa imeli Buka. Vidiš, teda dva tako mi dve, sam dve dobri. Prvo sta zmagala, posta vse hma umrla, pa zdaj bodo tukaj dobro odigrala, pa bo ta top 5. To Mustache pa imeli Buka vedno tako odigrata. Pol iger umreta, ospam, pol iger pa insane dobro odigrata.
And that's going to be a big problem for anybody that gets in their way.
Potential with the 6 chuck splashes available as well. They have so much to work with all towards the end.
Bog splashov, majster.
It's 12, 13.
13 splashov, man. Benji dead.
Of gods right now for this position, the best possible place he can be in with the best loot.
Jureki, šesti, 129 pik. Dead.
In terms of a position, and he's lost in the low ground too. Everything's starting to move up. Mustache and Malibuka basically on the
Malibuka, shen kill.
Squeezed, can't breathe all the way here in low ground. Relvis and Questy have a little bit of a pocket of air to kind of work with. Darker going down, but this is where pressure really starts to ride up.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough, right? They didn't have enough mats to be able to close teams off as they went up the hill, and so they're just going to have to go back into the zone, use all those chug splashes they have.
To je pa full, ne vem, kaj za toliko zadnji.
Rising in pain, though, they're suspicious. They know that there's a team.
Tam sta pedala. A, pedala sta naprej, okej.
Anybody trying to take it. Malibuka, Mustache, they've actually low padded back into the zone.
Oh! Dejansko ta zmagala.
They need to be careful. Is it going to be too early? Can they actually
O moj bog. Ajde, čet, jaz to moram vedeti. Malibuka ima Mustache, sta v endgameu. Kad prideta v endgame, če nam vreta early game, pač uničujeta. Vedno imata velik killov, leto, že 9 killov. 9 killov, height. Insane. Insane. Vidite tvoj rast na Anterix, wow! Bomo videli čestila, sad spome. Ta se je umrl off-spawn. A nice killov. Ne moram verjeti. Ne moram verjeti. Insane. Kako vedno? Od 5 iger sta sam 2 endgame odigrala, pa sta po moje zdaj na top 5. Al? Ajde, vsi GG so chat. Vsi GG so chat. Sam še eno igro imamo chat. Sam še eno igro. TaySon, ček sta padla na 3. mesto. Chat, nimate garantiranega top 5. TaySon. Pa Čapix. To pa to, kad sta eno igro umrla off-spawn. Tako da, ni garantirano. Ni garantirano. Pač se je še zmer 21 pika, ne? V spredi, ampak 21 pik ni nič. Merstaš pa Melibuka sta dejansko prišla zdaj na top 5. Glejte to. Prva z 9 kili. Off-spawn, off-spawn, off-spawn. Prva z 12 kili. In sta top 5. Insane. Pač insane. Eyedrop Jerky sta 7, 129 pik. Ja, težka bo. Ni še to. Hank Quiz je 21, one dva ne morata več, ni šans. 20 kill win. Pa da 20 killov še, ja. Tole bo full prejšnji game. Ja, tole bo zelo dober game zdajle. Ker je tako, realno zdajle vsi, ki imajo čez 100 točk, bi rekel, da se borijo še za top 5. Komod. Tako da... Bomo videli, ne? Bomo videli. 5 minut je. Ajde. Tomas pa ni qualifier, belugi. Pa, Foxy, sej sem ti že rekel 100krat, ja pa še videl boš. Foxy, če te objavaš, če ti mene ubiješ, si benen, ja. Tako. S kom igra Tomas? Ej, pozabil sem, s kom igra Tomas drugač. To je še zmer una prva chat, a? Sla še nismo umrli, pa kom je 8. level. Kako si? V redu sem, kako si ti? Celksi. Lega Lil Gral, no? Na lestvici. Ajmo, si ne tala, gremo do 800, ajde. Tudi ne, Foxy. Tudi ne smeš. Stripper nam igra, okej. A, evo ga pera to šupak. Godi mi. Komu gre, TaySon je 3. Top 5 gre naprej v grand finale. Ni earningov danes, ampak samo igra se, da grejo direkt v finale. Veliki finale. Tako da... Aj, še eno lahko gremo. Foxy, itak si gnil. To so free killi, če ti prideš tja. Pa Falcon, TaySon. Ja, sej TaySon je 3. zdajle. What the fuck je to tle? Prvi sem bil! O ne, jaz sem še lokan. No, dej no. Ja. Nima, če bo zdaj. Kaj, math ni? M-A... TH. M je fake, pol chat, M je fake, M je fake. M je fake. A to je? Kaporate s H-jem, ampak ne bo, a? Res kaj ne bo. Il, zdaj. Jaz sploh teh besed vidim, ne presežem. A pa, ne, money. Money. A ja, like low healthy, jaz sem mislil, da je samo en H, what sploh videl nisem. Bravo jaz. A ja, ne, to ni. To zih ni. Da, smo naredili, tako da ni bad. Nočna folk, pred nami je zadnja igra. Igra številka 6 do stop 5 igre direkt naprej v veliki finale. Ostali morajo jutr igrati qualifier številka 2. Tako da vsi GL v chat. Za TaySona, vsi stisnite like, ne pozabimo, kako da je ScorpLZ v White shopu. Zdaj pa vem, broli chat.
Over the course of the 5 games, but it almost doesn't matter if you can't deliver now when it matters the most.
Let's go chat, ajde imamo to gremo!
To secure your spot in that top 5.
Yeah, and it's been seesaw. It's been flip-floppy for these teams a lot of the time. Sometimes
ajde, da vidimo zdaj.
Sometimes it's a solo.
Da vidimo.
Clutch that's bringing them all the way here towards the top 5. So they have to make sure it lands on their side of the court here, Levin, because if not, I mean, this is the last chance. It's the last hope.
Yeah, and with
odkole slušalke, četa? Kako bi to bilo? I got. Da imam un track.
We're gonna have to see who will have the last laugh of today off spawn as we head into the final game of qualifier 1 round 4.
Variđo. Robocop Scorp, tako.
Had a top 5 so far that's been looking pretty solid the entire day. A few people are jumping
Ajde!
12 spots jumped.
Ajmo TaySon! Danes je eno igro, sam s tabo odigral. Danes velik timo dobro igra. Hen je že double kill. A nas je dash. Mrstaš je double kill. To je zelo dober za Bleiburga pa Mrstaša. Kviz je double kill. O moj bog, zataknil se je. Pa te jim dajo free kille, te ne znajo sam landat. Ti dokaj sam landata, chat, ne znata landat. Vsako igro so jih še ubili. Ni enkrat niso še vepna dubal, presežam. Lej to model. Ne, to jim pa pustijo kile, presežam. Skor, kaj si misliš o današnjih par iger? Današnje igre so zelo zanimive, kaj ti veliko timov klače in pride nazaj med top 5 in vse do zadnje igre številke 6. To je ta igra zdaj. Bo zelo zanimivo, da vidimo, kdo vse bo kvalil naprej direktno v veliki finale. Janis je double kill! Prve točke Janisa, no way! Po 51 nima igra, tako da so bili eni banani kao, ali neki tasga.
How some of these end games even play and getting your dual dynamics down, getting a leg up on the competition both on your POI, your rotations, and how things might look next week for your duo if you hopefully do make it in. That being said, this is exactly where I wanted to be. This is what I wanted to watch. Is Pink down? Answer is no.
Bolje si ja izbodirata strehe, sej to. Evo, mali buka, Mersta še en kill zdaj.
TaySon and Chapik's also probably waiting to see who they can target next.
Yeah, look, you talked about whether or not it will be possible for those guys. Yesterday on NAEs, Peterbot did drop a 24 bomb on his own. As a team, they had 30, so I was in round 3, and it was NA. But,
that's okay, that's the operating thing I was about to say.
You know, I was just joking, man. I was just playing around, man. That can't happen around the EU, man. NA, absolutely embarrassing. Letting someone get 20 bomb? Come on, man. How could they?
Peterbot is assembled alternative, so...
Lep damage karmija. Ti da morate dobro da igra, če hoče kvalat, ne?
Yeah, true.
Jaz sem tukaj dobro kvadar, da komentiram v chatu, kao to je. Ti si tak god kralj, ti si tak top 500 usam.
pay attention to that golden number beside the shield and health bar total. It is top 5 that rolls in. You can also pay attention to the bottom left where you can see the duo mate's name right above him. It says team number 9. It's on a random tag. That is their position on the leaderboard so far. If you see anyone with the number and letters of team number 5 or above, then they are qualifying for the finals right now. 4 places is what Kovacs and Xerox have to climb.
Oh! Laser! To je zelo pomemben kill, ampak zdaj nov tim prihaja. Ja, zdaj v bistvu podasaj Snazy. Ja, podasaj Snazy dead. To je zelo dobro za TaySona, ne? Isto Gross pa un. Gleda pozna njegov ime, ne zakaj. Savage je nokan. Malibuka je ubil še Pinka. Evo, Savage dead. Benji je noko Vikota. Benji dead. Rip.
When it comes to Flawless and Mappy overall today, they have just been menaces in these last 2 games, 4 and 5 so far.
Bad Sniper je pol po finišu, Vikota pa Jajksta, tako da. Bad Sniper DKS preživela. Tilted. Kvizi je spet dobil isti kill. Očetno je bil on rebootan, pa so ga zdaj spet ubil. Pustijo da rebuta, zato da dobijo ekstra killov. Karabijo. Ja, bi reki, I drop. God. Zone.
Juriki and I drop though. I really hope they have a good game, man. Was talking to iDrop earlier today. He talked about how he has sort of no expectations almost, right? Coming into this round, no expectations, just wanting to keep things chill. Juriki was a bit more excited than him.
I got TaySon.
In terms of their chances, but
TaySon spet god loot.
And I really do believe they've done that today, right?
Spet god loot, to je dober, to je dober.
It's a team that's very much impressed me in this first qualifier, and I'd love to see them call through. But of course, they have to earn it, and they are a couple points just outside of that top 5, and so we'll see whether they can deliver in this final game.
Yeah, what do iDrop and Juriki need for the moment? They obviously want some of these height teams gone. An Austin Pink might be down for the count in this one. Possibility of that revive coming in or the reboot.
Merstaš ima tudi god loot, samo manj metko kot TaySon.
Meanwhile, I think TaySon and Chapix aren't supposed to be allowed to play the game either.
Kovacs še vedno živ, nevermind, lihkar umrl.
A lot of these teams that like to prefer high ground need to be gone for Juriki and iDrop to have a solid way in, or they just give up their height takes and play second height, but that's been tough for them so far today, Levin.
It's been very difficult in terms of how the high ground battles have gone out. To be fair, iDrop and Juriki have always had a say in them every single game, right? And so that alone, you know, deserves its own credit. But I would love to see this duo get back involved. The high takes we saw in the first 2 games were so cerebral, so clean, so well executed by them. As well as these guys have done, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been a couple arguments.
Sam res, šele zdaj vidim, da je sam 63 folka živga še. Holy! Prvič danes, ne bo prvega srdža. Šele zdaj sem opazil, kaj si rekel. Zandy Joe na 6. mestu, top 5 gre naprej v finale, tako da on dva definitivno imata šanse, da zakvalata. 5. pred njimi je zdaj le Merstaš pa Malibuka. Sta na 2.
Mentioned earlier, right? Of all the North teams, they're the team that probably won't mind as much, just because they have a means of transport, unlike some of the other ones, right? So
makes a lot more sense, and they don't even have to move that much either. Darkiz and Satan as well, 8th overall. I think they've kind of been our poster child for mid-game positioning, and just a safe spot to tune in with the entire day, but also pretty quiet so far. Very close to being inside the top 5.
To je bilo dobro za TaySona. A to, da se ubijajo, ali kaj?
Like we are on a bunch of these teams today. But maybe they can finally find that definition, the personality they need, the one big play.
Glej, tale tim. Teda sploh ne vem, kdo sta, ampak ja, te dva morata slabo odigrati. Sta pred TaySonom. Pač tega so top 5, če vsi morajo razen TaySon, ne? Bi mogel imeti garantirano, po moje. Ni šans, da jih toliko pol proti. Če tudi oni dva ne umreta, tako je valjda. Ali pa oni, ki so pred top 5, ki so tako top 5 do top 10, če umrejo, ne?
Pinkle's looking a bit lost there, unfortunately. He goes down. Oof.
Oh, wow.
A clean shot from Axe Force.
These are some chunky striker pumps coming in, just taking away HP pools over and over again. And this is going to be very good for Relvis and Krusty on some of the teams that we saw fall in that replay package.
Ne, da je brez tog srža pa tudi ubijanje, ja. Mislim, ja, okej. A to je ta Joe, ki je z Venotom igral. Ma, dva Joe sta, en je sam Joe, en je pa on, ki je še z Benjijem igral. En, sam ne vem, kjer je. High Joe je on, ki je z Benjijem, ni, ali sam ta Joe, se ne vem. Ampak je od njih je, no.
From the perspective of casters and analysts, let's do our job for once. What do they need to stay in 5th place?
Tle ga chillata.
Well, to start off with, Max Materials is nice on Mustache.
Yeah.
They've obviously got decent positioning. I'm assuming they'll be fine on Surge in terms of the off-spawn fight that they had with Pink and Anas.
Yep.
Obviously, a pad would have helped.
A si videl, ne, je rekel je tudi miško gor vrgal, to skozi dela. Joe mama.
When we were just watching there.
What I'm thinking from them,
A to si kao Joe hotel bojati rok ali kva.
Point where they can start playing their game. I feel like the one
Grem stav da ne. Sam drugi je rekel Joe mama. O, kuk smišal, tvoje mami, ha!
No one's kind of coming to them in a sense.
Smešno!
They get to see every rotation, make creative plays. They get to
Evo gremo do 800 lajkov. Halo? Hen je dead!
In that particular sort of field is the fact that they are so incisive with their decisions, right? Doubt is one of the biggest, you know, sort of problems you can have at the highest level of Fortnite, right?
Kega je pa to tok pumpno model.
Right? They make all their decisions with such conviction.
Clement dead!
And so if they get there, they're always going to be a big threat. We've seen why, and hopefully we can continue to see why as they push to keep 5th place and even higher. Floki and Clement not looking too comfortable right now.
Trying their best to make something out of this game, but you have to understand everyone that's kind of like in this position, 16th to 22nd place. They not only need this VR, they need so many more.
Ja se one druge ni.
Second zone, only 62 players alive. All these small bases, everyone's trying to get their games ramped up fast. Now, to go back to Mustache and Malabuka, one place where they don't have control is when the game does get very slow. When there's so many people alive and they don't get to choose where to go. Where now they're indecisive rather than decisive, like Levin's saying, where some of the hesitation comes in. It's really good for them and a lot of these teams that are good for late game, like Floki and Clement that you just saw. With so many people going down, there's more room to actually play. There's more room to be passive. You don't have to actually stick your neck out and get that much surge. It's so much better for these late game, mid, low ground teams. And that's exactly the game that Mustache and Malabuka and Floki and Clement play.
Yeah, this is nice. You can see how every position they're taking, they're sort of trying to optimize to make sure that they can keep a high level of materials, refarming on the wood there as well. A metal box just for some added layer of security at this stage in the game.
Ja sem bil res pol minute tih chat, ne da nisem bil, jaz nikoli nisem tih. What do you mean? Jaz se nekdaj takole gledam. Odvisno od situacije.
When it comes to defending against pressure, I feel like this is one of the teams that gets bullied and tossed around a lot. With less teams in the mix.
Reki pa iDrop. Ampak jerky na iDrop rapta. Zdaj je dobro, da igrate hvala ta čist blista. 7. mesto top 5, hvala naprej v veliki finale. Direkt. Evo, sem lik pojedel sveže pečena rebrca. Kaj sem zamudil? Enač zadnja igra, TaySon 3. Eden team iz top 5 je že dead. Zdaj smo po dosaj.
Are just so sticky in terms of duos. They don't like to go down early. Even in late game, they end up solo clutching all the way towards
TaySon, Max, SNG, ta god.
Yeah,
Max Metzo.
Really strong game, and especially with how well TaySon and Chapix are setting up, right? We've seen how they've struggled in some of the games in terms of being able to continue to fight for height, right? We've described it as the rounds after rounds. Like, do they have that endurance to go all the way in these fights?
I'm just like, it feels like, as we watch these replays, by the way, Clement and Floki just doing a really good job of waiting out the third party that was Andalex and then turning around this entire fight.
Kdo je prvi?
Going back to Ajmoo and Jerky, they only have like one move, which is play for high ground.
A so Unix umrl že prvi bili. Ja, Gross pa Šajzo sta prva zaenkrat, sam še niso umrli oni. Ja, sledi pa po dezaj so umrli že. Sej tamle niste bili naspolani, ker nisem refreshal. Evo me, zdaj se pa gleda, tako te RX. Zadnja igra. Vedno, če gre TaySon naprej v velike finale.
True.
But at the same time, you have to have that belief. If they don't, again, like I said, it all goes back to what I was saying before about doubt, right? If they don't have that belief in themselves as they go into that final game, into those final moments, you know, what are you here for at the end of the day? So.
Jutro bo je kvota največ jaz. Ja, upam, da pride v round 2, ja. Tam, koliko mora biti, da pride naprej? Top 5. Top 5 jih gre v veliki finale direkt.
Mid and early game. Very, very consistent, very secure.
Ana, Dežman, hvala ti za sabo, zdaj na ScorpLZ.
Second in the business, middle of the day, 19th and 9th. Still not the worst, but yeah, these guys scream consistency. They don't get too active on the eliminations though, but they are here to stick and play.
O moj bog, TaySon pa čevi sta se prevrnila.
They've just been super efficient. And a lot of the teams that will optimize for efficiency in these lobbies do look to try play high. They haven't necessarily done that, but it's still been just as successful as anyone else, right? So, props to them. I don't expect that to change in this game. TaySon and Chapix making use of the IO boost.
No, tole ima ta lahko naprej, lep rotation. Koga je Kinza, noče si še več kaj o njem. Mislim, zdaj za ta FSS nisem mogel, zato ker ni kvalo niti v round 2.
They only really need it for like the next zone. I think they're fine after that. But this is, I think, the hot seat.
Jerky pa Edro sta zdaj že na 6. mestu. Tako da, še en playstot mora dobiti. To igra pa ostati pol na top 5, da grete naprej.
This isn't good. You're gonna be forced to a stop there.
Jerky je bil krekan. Ampak Buka Mercer sta zdaj na 4. mestu. A to so že une popoli te Snezija pa podasaja. A že gledaj, TaySon to hit v grand finale pršel, ja. TaySon je skoraj vedno pršel iz qualifier direkt v finale. Mislim, da je sam enkrat blokej hita igral, hitce. Če se ne motam, a pa nikoli celo.
Stinger from that range isn't amazing, but it can be annoying to deal with. But you can see that Jerky and Ajmoo, they just decided we're just going to invest in materials to guarantee our safety into the zone. To tunnel their way in, not taking any risks, and I think that very much will be a theme to watch out for.
Še se zdaj bo surge, ne? Ko se ta krog začne zapirat, se bo prvi surge pojavil, mislim da.
Will they just drop down and leave?
Pač za to igra.
Maybe that will be the play.
For
the longer they can stay in the game.
Yeah.
The longer they can stay in the game, the better their hopes are, right, at the end of the day. And I think that will also play into their thought process, sorry.
Just don't want to overthink, that's all it is. Because in game 6, like, that's where the pressure really comes in. So you're right, just have good beliefs in your values and the philosophy you have in the game and keep rolling. Some of these philosophies are tougher to execute than others. What's happening?
To je pa Slava, ki je imel zadnji odprt, skoraj umrl. Tega sta 7, tega mora tudi dobro odigrati.
You have to assume now there's going to be some communication going back and forth. I've been in this position as Satan too. I'm definitely getting yelled at right now. That's too much.
I know what those comms sound like.
Talking about this team real quick. Up in this
base, TaySon, iščem ga. Ne vidim ga nikjer.
Across the world. Their secret, Zandy and Joe so far today, has been consistency with elims to get towards the top 5. They're kind of just sitting at top 10. They sometimes
srce se je pojavil.
But they're getting close to almost 10 elims in some of these games. 7, 5, 8.
Zandy Joe, 340 above. Zdaj me zanima Surge od TaySon pa Čebixa. Aydro pa Jerky imata samo 58 above Surge. Jerky morata paziti le zdajle.
Gotta be careful, guys. 182 above. So hopefully they'll be satisfied with that engagement and leave it be. In terms of Andy and Joe, like you said, they're relying on just being able to hit their shots. And so going into the last game, there's more pressure on them than almost anybody else, right? Because they're not making it that deep into these games.
Malo za šokerjeva valo tu Iron 3. In kaj si hodil s tem povedati, pelugi? Evo ga TaySon. TaySon je 500 above Surge'a, okej, nice, nice. Hard chill. In to z 0 killi. Insane. Jerky je bil tle zdaj sprejan. Tole zna Jerky pa Edward zna tle umret in ne kvalita direkt v finale.
Different heals. There are people under Surge around their base trying to find a way in, and iDrop's down 2 inventory slots already. The end game hasn't even started.
Yeah, they were looking so healthy at around third zone, and now.
Okej, tle sta neki dobila luta. Da imata neki ekstra luta, tako da ni bad.
I think some minis they'll be able to grab, but
that's huge.
The materials have dwindled. Their shields are also a lot lower, and so are they even going to be able to play for height in the way that they want to with what they're working with?
iDrop was at 100 metal before and low brick. He just got fully refreshed right there and swapped out the green burst for a mythic. That might be a big change.
You can see Mustache. He's waiting for someone to pad.
Malibuka gleda za pad, nič, on mora padat.
Eventually making that decision to drop the pad themselves.
Direkt landajo zraven dropa. To je risk. Nek ne dropajo dol. Da, sta dubla 5 pol ali ne? Jerky pa Hydra sta še oba živa, še vedno na 7. mestu.
Who's ahead of them has found 1 knock already inside the feed, so that pressure rise, hit your shot playstyle already going good for the duo in 5th place on that bubble. Jerky fall from 6th to 7th. That's gonna be tough.
TaySon, Biggz na hajtu, nice, nice.
Look at how high Biggz.
A sta pulala zone? Verjetno ne. Gledalo je vas folk na drugi strani.
That's gonna be huge. Zone's pulling towards tilted, right?
Ja, ne, nista dobila, nista pulala zona. TaySon je dobil knock ali pa kill?
You see the blimp, Levin? I see the blimp, and I feel like it's gonna be in play. Look at how high ground, or look at how high ground is. Like, I just feel like with the way pads work as well, this is gonna be...
TaySon, Biggz, dobra sta 2 killa, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, I'm sure TaySon, they'll be thinking about that. Doing as much damage as they can.
White.
Looking to try to recycle that pad. They got the chunk splashes.
Grete na tale pad. To je dobro, da sta šla naprej pad. Upam, da pad naprej hajt. Biggz je dobil knock. Nice. To bo zik tudi finish. Po moje. iDropu so v boxu pršal. Kako je še živ? Ajde, da je dobil knock, pa je še kar živ. Kako je živ to? What? No way.
And in terms of HP as well, they still do need to move on just that bit, but it's not going to be an easy path on this layer.
Biggz, TaySon, nista na hajtu, sta second high, Malibuka še živ. Malibuka na 4. mestu še vedno. En mest je dobil plusa, sta dubla, to igra. TaySon, Biggz, čist low! Imata splash, okej. Sta nazaj. Še vedno jih strela. Ne smete iti na hajt, sam naprej pejta, sam naprej. Jerky je dead. Pa na 6. mestu sta, iDrop mora zdaj klačat. Da kvalajo. TaySon, Biggz low. Spet. TaySon zdaj 150. Biggz bo na 125. iDrop je low. 0 mecov. In Jerky pa iDrop nista kvala direkt v finale. 7. sta bila zdele. Tako da pa verjetno bo da še kaj padla mogoče. TaySon, Biggz. Kjer hajt?
Will take their places up on low ground. And there's a zone continues to move back away from
Saints Joe pa Zandy na 5. mestu. TaySon je dobil knock, nice.
They need to stay in this one as much as they can. The longer they stay in,
ja, Zandy pa Joe rapta tukaj le. Čim boljš odigrati zdaj le. Ker sta direkt na 5. mestu. Ok, bilo ga. Kje si Sosa? Znaš, da bi imel Storeflip model. Ne vem, da sta prva, sta še vedno živa. Mali Buka Mersaš dubla 2 kila. A sploh, a je možno, da TaySon... TaySon pa čak sta že na drugem mestu. Jaz mislim, da sta definitivno kvala. Mislim, da sta kvala naprej v veliki finale. Mislim, da ni več šans, da ne bi. Relvis je dead, prvo mesto je dead. TaySon pa Čavik sta zdaj na prvem mestu, ampak dead. Ampak sta na prvem mestu. Mali Buka Mersaš maybe prijata na prvo mesto. Ne vem, koliko sta v zadnji. Ker one dva ta vedno veliko killov, kad dobro odigrata. Zandy 4. mesto, tle se heala.
But how much is left for him? Just 5 HP on that met and miss 30 on the shields overall. Like squeeze also being taken.
Ja, Zandy, ne, ja, Zandy je kvolu, Zandy je kvolu. Edvak sta 6. sta na hajtu. Ama ta šansa, da prijata na 5. mesto, one dva, te dva. Nekog pike 5. mesto. Jagret jače, ja. 12 kilov imata, lej, te dva nista normalna model. Te dva nista normalna. Oj, dva sta danes 3 igre, osmavno mrla 3 igre, 10 plus kilov, insane. Mersaš dead! Oni dva lahko kvalata tole. Fuck, ne vem. Nima še preštel točk, presežem da ne. Oni dva imata tudi 12 kilo model. To je insane. Max relow. S4 tudi nima neki full HP-a, morata pazat.
Trying his best to stay alive in this one as much as he can.
Imagine da mali Buka tole klača.
If possible, but Maxi and Axels, they just got to stay composed, cool, calm and collected and keep trying to chop him out. 2 shotguns are better than 1. And you can see they're just going to keep it going, spraying relentlessly.
Koliko ima taš? Koliko ima mali Buka še... Koliko ima majster še mecov model? Mali Buka bo dejansko zmagal to. Dobo je 1 kill. What?
Malabuka is an absolute...
Ajmo GG so chat.
What a player. To close it out with the victory out. 2 versus 1. Oh,
kako?
Yes, it was a healer, but he never wavered. The relentless...
Kako je to zmagal 1v2? No way. Na koncu je bil prvi chat. Mali Buka pa Mersaš na koncu bila prva. 3 je vini, chat. Mali Buka pa Mersaš danes. 3krat sta 8 umrla, 3krat sta pa zmagala. 9 kilov, 20 kilov, 14 kilov. Insane. Insane. TaySon, Čepik z drugi 187, tretji Relvis, pa krasni 184, četrti Groz, Šajzo, 5. Joe in pa Zandy. Tako da tole imamo prvih 5 finalistov za MSS Chapter 3 sezona 2. TaySon spet valjda v finalu, easy. Tomas ni v finalu, dropo TaySona in meče zelo že ni kvalu. A Mali Buka je insane chat, ne vem, Mali Buka pa Mersaš pač. To je insane. Insane. No way. Ne moram verjeti. Jutr se pa začne round 2 chat. Ne round 2, jutr se začne qualifier 2. ob 3 igrava, jaz pa Wolf. Ob 2 bom začel stream. A pa v pol 3, verjetno do pol 3. Tako da, jaz bom pa tukaj zdaj zaključil ravno še en video, dokončati. Pa potelovadati, pa moram malo povadati še z Wolfom. Jutro pole spet klanzil, moram nekaj pomagati, ko mi je takrat kamera crkala. Pa še to, tole bo zdaj še naporno. Ampak reč folk, to je to za danes. Pa se ga vidimo jutro pol 3, okej? Ajde, čau folk, lahko noč, se ga. Jutr ima, da so vsi na streamu. Ja, jutr ne veste za naju z Wolfom, da kvalava, ajmo!